Be sure to wave at the spotters parked off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly Bravo heading, cleared for takeoff.
Bravo heading, clear for takeoff, watch your right.
The heat is on from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. Happy 4th of July, everybody, as we prepare for a very special installment of MSP Airport Live on this Independence Day 2025, as our great country celebrates 249 years as a republic. And we can't wait to be sharing all the live aviation action with you at one of the best spots in the country to get up close and personal with commercial aviation at the Metropolitan Airport Commission's aircraft viewing area. And, well, it seems that we're out of the woods with whatever we were dealing with earlier on today. Try to get the stream started and going earlier on, but just there are some devices that just don't want to work, and so it kind of takes a little bit of tender loving care to get them to do what they are designed to do. And we are looking forward to a fantastic evening of rush hour plane spotting here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airports. and walking you through everything. My name's Alex. I'm also joined in the broadcast booth by John Joseph, flight attendant of 40 years experience, brand new onto the MSP Airport Live team of Av Geeks. John, how you doing today? Beating the heat?
Hot, for sure. Doing okay. Other than that, hot. I'm doing okay. Thanks, Alex. Good
Well,
to be
that's
back.
good. Yeah, we got to check in to make sure that we're doing okay. There's a stiff breeze outside that I'll tell you what has been a true saving grace and has provided a little bit of a respite from this heat. It's hot, and you can already tell 91 degrees Fahrenheit at the time of our broadcast. Winds holding steady right now at 16 knots sustained, and there's a big crosswind component here today, so we are on go-around watch for our broadcast today.
That's right, Alex. The winds picked up even more. I think when we first got here today, it was at 12 knots, then it went to 14. Now it's all the way up to 16 knots. That's pretty much sustained. It is not letting up.
So we are currently under a heat advisory here for the Twin Cities metro area, but if you go north on 35W up on the interstate to Duluth, Minnesota, towards the Arrowhead part of the state, so northern Minnesota, they're under a extreme heat warning right now.
Which is really rare, because it's usually cool up there off of Lake Superior and Duluth.
Yeah, the Twin Cities basically just kind of told Duluth, hey, you want to trade off on that whole heat wave thing?
I would welcome that today. It's hot today. But that's going to be changing Sunday. The temp's going to be coming down to the more tolerable 80 degrees, I believe.
Yeah, that it is. So in the event that we have to step back and take like a hydration break, it's because we got to make sure that we're not overheating.
2272, turn right, heading 215.
What do we have here, Alex? Looks like a Delta Airlines Airbus A319 coming in from Kansas City, flight 1263.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2288, 12 right. The 2288, Minneapolis Tower, the one's 22017, gust 26, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land, Delta 2288. Turn left, contact ground point enter. Left, ground point 9, see it, 1263.
They're using both parallel runways here today.
Yeah, it looks like we're on the 12s for the most part.
Contact the Alpha Delta, quick.
There's been some arrivals on 17, but yeah, there's a quick snapshot of our windsock closest to us. As to the wind conditions, we got an A321 arriving on the north parallel, runway 12 left.
That's right, Alex. That's Delta 1127 coming in from Boston.
Tower, Delta 2936 on the visual long view, right? The 2936 Minneapolis Tower, the 1220.
Fortunately, on that 12 left, we kind of lose them over there.
Runway 12 right, clear to land, Delta 2930. Delta 1127, contact ground point enter.
Lee Harris, thank you so much for tuning in today. You need a pop-up canopy to keep yourselves and your equipment in the shade at the very least.
We thought of that, but it might get launched.
I don't think the airport commission would like us bringing a big canopy out here, especially because even if it's staked down, that can take off like a sail.
Yep.
And now we have FOD, or foreign object debris, on the airfield, which we certainly don't want to do that.
No.
Yes, Zach. That's why we have a cooling pad for our laptop. Of course, the machine we were using on Wednesday was used actually our newer computer, but we switched back to our older one just because the older one can take the heat a lot better.
Speaking of heat, coming in right now is Delta Flight 2288 from Phoenix. It's always hot down there in the summertime.
The wind 19018, gust 26, runway 12 right for the land.
737-900.
3113 Minneapolis Tower, winds 19018, gust 26, runway 12 left for the land.
Thanks for our viewers for sticking with us.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, happy 4th of July, happy Independence Day as America celebrates its 249th birthday today, if memory serves.
Next year will be the real big one.
250.
PS 3031 Minutes ground, taxi via Papa.
Partly cloudy skies above the airfield and in the surrounding Twin Cities metro area today.
2288 Minutes ground, taxi via Alpha Delta.
Love the mostly sunny atmosphere. Should provide some really good lighting. Into the evening hours today, John, especially for golden hour arrivals and departures.
That'll be nice.
Before heavy maps.
See a lot
Something
of
that we
wide
always
bodies.
look forward to here at MSP Airport Live because that's one of the things. If you come over to the aircraft viewing area to do some spotting, that's always going to result in some pretty good photos, some video.
Some good camaraderie too. We get a lot of people that come over and say hi to us and want to know what's going on, what we're doing. So we fill them in.
Certainly seems that there's a lot more of the general public that has taken an interest into the viewing area, which is always good to see.
Cabin 2349 maps contact to be Papa Charlie Bravo.
It's Delta Flight 2936 just arrived from Salt Lake City on an A321 Neo.
So 2062 Minneapolis Tower, winds 180.
Yeah, that landing was a little bit on the shakier side, it looked like, but nonetheless,
2936, turn left and contact.
Seen a few of those.
challenge
today.
completed though.
Yep, looks like the traffic's starting to pick up now, Alex. Even though it is the 4th of July, and lots of airlines, including Delta, they do, as we say in the industry, pull their schedule down on the 4th of July. They kind of feel like people are where they want to go already. So, an example is Delta usually runs 6 nonstops a day between Phoenix and Minneapolis, and today they've brought it down to just 4. I believe the last nonstop out of Phoenix today was at 1:40 p.m.
Runway 12 right, clear to land.
and that's come and gone. It's just a matter of logistics, that's all. They'll be back up to their full schedule tomorrow.
We'll have to wait here for departing traffic. Is this going to be an okay buffer?
2936, no, turn left onto Bravo. So you'll be tail to tail with them, and then I'll just have to get you turned around.
Sounds good. Well, that's the number I was going to. Ground of 1028, I'm still 17, ready for taxi.
And Delta 1020 or 2936, just join Bravo now behind them.
Lots of Delta arrivals here at the moment.
936, join Bravo behind them.
Join Bravo behind him, Delta 2936.
Delta 1028, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
17, Alpha Charlie, hold short, 12 right, Delta 1028. Inbound Delta 3113.
Delta 3113, maps contact via Papa Charlie and Bravo.
Ronald Smith, thank you so much for tuning in. It says, weird. It's only 88 here at East Texas, so we are hotter than the Lone Star State today.
July in Minnesota.
Contact via Alpha Delta Quebec. Delta 1028, obviously just give away that bus, but join Alpha for me, Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, thanks. The 1028, sorry, Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, thanks.
ThinkPad right now, and that's helping a lot.
Charlie 9.
Okay, I got 2 people calling from that same airplane. Delta 2574, if you're going to Charlie 9, taxi via Alpha, Delta, in Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec, Delta 2574.
Wind still sustained here at 16 knots. 91 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 33 degrees Celsius for those of you that know the Celsius scale.
You were told to monitor. Papa 2, contact ground on Point Hunter. 2226.
Next in line for arrival, Delta 2840 coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth.
The 2052 maps ground, rudder taxi Alpha, and then turn around on Bravo behind company. They're waiting for Gulf 14 there. Actually, if you can join Bravo in front of them, I guess that works too. Rudder. Rudder. Delta 1127, one more arrival here, and then I'll get you around. Delta 3113.
It's a former Red Tail Northwest Airlines aircraft. Do we get the salute?
There it is.
4073, Minneapolis Airlines 19015, gets 26, runway 12 left, good land.
That's one of the newer, older ones. That ship 3268.
Stop.
Everyone stop.
How do you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Apparently not. SkyWest 5437, pushback is approved. Gas 5437, pushback approved.
As you can hear, the air traffic control tower's getting a little busy.
Very cool,
right
Zach.
now.
Which gate are you going to again?
Actually worked for a place that is Lenovo. So he's actually Lenovo certified.
Oh, is he? Okay. He knows the thing.
That's really cool.
That is cool.
Which gate are you going to?
The ThinkPad is, and now we're getting a little bit nerdy here, so I do apologize in advance to our audience wherever you're watching. But so Lenovo, one of the many computer manufacturers. My personal favorite, their ThinkPad laptops are the greatest of all time, in my opinion.
2415, taxi via Papa, Charlie 5. So the 2574, your gate is supposedly occupied.
Looks like we have a diversion here.
Charlie 6, right on runway 4, and short of Quebec. You can call company there. Left, Charlie 6, right on 4, short
Coming
of
in on
Quebec.
final, do you see that WestJet out there? The de Havilland Dash 8?
Okay, use your call sign,
That's
Delta
showing
974,
diverting
Delta,
back to
Quebec,
Minneapolis.
Delta, Quebec, Delta 2574.
Heading up to
1028
Regina.
Tower 126.7.
Yeah, I could have swore, like, I don't think they're scheduled to come in, so it seemed like I just caught that out of the corner of my eye as they were coming in on that north parallel there. I'm like, okay, they're not technically supposed to be arriving now, so something must be up.
It turned around, it looks like, Alex. It departed an hour and 49 minutes ago. Yeah, it turned around and came back to Minneapolis, so they must have had quite an issue. How interesting that is.
3113, join.
Well, that happens. Well, they are safely on the ground, and they're going to be making their way towards whatever gate assign that they're going to have. So hopefully whatever issue that's, whether it be medical, personnel thing, a maintenance thing, whatever it is, we hope it gets resolved quickly.
Probably made a lot of sense to come back here to the Twin Cities because there's not a lot of places to land between here and there.
1028 at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, turn on whiskey, cross runway 4.
Delta 28, cross 12 right at Charlie.
Continue Bravo to the gate now, thanks.
Alex, I see we have a comment from someone here that has your same last name. Is that a coincidence or is that a relative?
Turn left, contact ground point Hunter.
It'll be a relative.
I thought so. Okay. She's got your back.
Yes, she does.
So that diversion was in the air probably about an hour, but turned around and came back to the Twin Cities for some reason. I'm just not sure what that is. being out here, ladies and gentlemen. We just never know what you're going to see out here. This is what makes it exciting.
Delta Papa cross runway 4.
Delta Papa, cross runway 4. 20 minutes ago, it's 54.
I figured out what it was. It wants to keep cutting into and I just disabled it, so that probably
good.
is.
Just 4073 maps ground rudder taxi Papa to the 30 right pit.
I'm also curious for our audience here how you guys are that live in the Twin Cities area that you're dealing with the heat today.
With digital approach, runway 1.
Sketch 1816 Minneapolis.
Alex, looks like we have an international arrival coming in over on runway 12 left. That would be Aer Lingus coming in with the Shamrock Tail on the Airbus A321XL from Dublin.
Super 4 Heavy, ready for tow.
Super 4 Toby Alpha.
Alpha, Super 4 Heavy.
So if my camera movements are not as smooth as they typically are, apologies in advance. The wind is just a devil up here on the ladder. And because the camera's higher up on the tripod, it's going to get impacted maybe a little bit more than I guess most setups, but we're going to do our best.
That's for sure.
Runway 12 right for the wind.
That Aer Lingus flight must have had some headwinds coming in from Dublin more than usual. It was 8 hours in the air for that A321 today.
Meanwhile, as I'm talking about keeping the camera steady, John, you're having to hold the laptop lid upright because the wind is just wanting to blow everything away.
It's true. It blew it down flat, and I had to pick it up. It's crazy. Let's see what it's picked up to. It's crazy. I think it's more than 16 knots. It's just cranking today. Steady, too. It's sustained. There's another arrival over there on 12 left. From Seattle, Delta Flight 941.
So, John, there it is. There's our Dash 8s.
There it is. You're right. Look at that. What's it going to do?
Now, it looks like they're probably waiting for something to open up here would be my guess, although we don't really know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, there's no emergency equipment heading to it, so it's probably not too bad of an issue. It could have been a medical problem.
Could have been, also could have been like a non-critical maintenance problem, like the toilets overflowing or something like that.
41 minutes ground rudder taxi via Papa, Charlie, and Charlie.
There it is.
Apologies if I've grossed everybody out already.
Airline, as they call it here in the Twin Cities, Sun Country, just arriving.
Sketch 1816, turn right, taxi via Whiskey Delta to the gate, then mount a ground point hunter.
Whiskey Delta to the gate, honor, ground point honor, have a good day, Sun Country 1816.
Ronald Smith, thank you so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Welcome to Economy. Had fun with those new member emotes as well, those emojis.
Mike, hold short for my 12 right.
3, Minneapolis Tower, winds 200 at 16, gust 28, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land.
Well, John, did you hear that? Gusting to 28 knots. Not the most intense we've had in a broadcast, but
No kidding, I missed that. Wow, 20 gusts. I believe it.
Wind is 200 at 16, gust 28. Gust 3646, turn right and taxi to the gate, respond to ground point 9.
I believe it, Alex. It is just blowing. Airbus 321 just landed. From Tampa, Florida.
American 2104 is with the 12 right.
American 2104, Minneapolis Tower, the wind's 210 at 17, gust 28, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, American 2104.
2696, turn left, contact ground point 9.
Ground, the 2696.
they can check the logs, they can check the metadata. So if somebody's been messing with it, like legal, technically yes. If somebody,
Delta 9962, flight runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
I think it's just.
61860 maps, ground rotor.
Well, not like that, but I think it's just the fact that there's like network issues. And it's just like a system. We'll have to get it sorted.
2696 maps, ground taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
It's just weird.
Alpha Delta Quebec, Delta 2696.
Oh, 2696. I'm showing G2 on our little fancy machine here if you want to call the company and check that.
She could put good access to what's going on with it over there. I'm going to see if they sent company out. Check it out.
Okay, taxi via Alpha.
John, your hat.
Oh, okay.
Nothing's gonna take off.
Stupid thing.
All right, folks, just wanting to check our connection here for just a second, just to make sure that
24
we're
maps, ground, push approved.
doing okay.
Push for 24.
17, gust 28, runway 12 left, clear to land. And 200 at 17, gust 28.
He's just sitting there with the engines running. Never been a big fan of de Havilland anyway.
Ground 24.
24 via Delta Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17.
Delta Kilo 3, short 1724.
Delta 9962, turn right heading of 215 and contact departure. We'll see you.
How we doing up there, Alex?
Doing all right. A little bit breezy.
Up on that ladder?
That's right. Nothing I can't handle though. Thankfully,
Good.
this feels so incredible right now.
Getting a little cloud break at the moment, too. Just briefly.
24 Kilo 3, cross runway 17.
Keep those
join
comments
relay
coming,
cross
people.
runway
We'd love to read those.
Across 17 Kilo 3, steam across 424.
Also, check out our new MSP Airport Spotting Discord to continue the conversation post-show and throughout the week. Details are in the description.
heavy Minneapolis Star, the one's 20016, gust 28, runway 12 right, clear to land.
And we've got an American Airlines arrival here. Flight 2104 from Dallas Fort Worth, 737-800. Took a good look at that landing. You can see how windy it is. The right main went down first, floated a little bit, and then put the left main down. Pilots are got their work cut out for them today here, that's for sure.
American 2104, turn left, contact ground point 9.
Ground point 9, American 2104. American 2104 is...
Visibility's good here in the Twin Cities today, though.
2104, Memphis, contact via Alpha Delta.
Pretty good. Looks like we're going to have a wide-body arrival here shortly. This isn't it right now, but there will be an arrival coming in from Amsterdam shortly, Flight 165. What we're looking at now is United Airlines Flight 374 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. Maybe on these holidays too, some of the other airlines are bringing in their smaller equipment like a 320 instead of like a 737-900. When this heavy comes in here on final from Amsterdam, it'll give you a good idea
Yeah, 374, turn right,
to
contact
see
ground point 9.
just how windy it is here today.
There's our Dash 8 off in the distance. That's our diversion. Remember, folks, that was headed to Regina, Saskatchewan, and then had to do a complete 180 back to the Twin Cities for reasons unknown to us.
374, Memphis, contact CVO Papa.
The Dash 8 is a regular visitor here to Minneapolis St. Paul International. Started service last year with WestJet. So Dash 8 Q400. There's not a whole lot of places left to see them in service.
No, there's not.
Outside of the real major metropolitan airports.
There you can see those wings moving back and forth. Look at that. Oh yeah. Little bounce there. The A330-300 is known to be one of the easiest planes to land for the pilots. I was just reading an article about that, why the A330 is one of the easiest aircraft to land. Pilots that fly that aircraft just absolutely love it. Very automated.
Even in the simulators, it's just such a dream to fly because I do flight simming sometimes when I have an extra minute.
Mm-hmm.
The 330 is one of my go-to aircraft that I will take for a spin in the simulator.
Join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Western Alpha Point 9, Delta 165 Heavy, and we have gains and loss of 12 knots from 500 feet.
The A330s are just so much like a cruise ship.
1126, visual 12 right.
1126, Minneapolis Star,
They're real
contact German
smooth.
cruise arrival was a heavy Airbus, 120014, gust 28, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Third land, 12 right, Delta 1120.
Memphis, contact CVO Alpha.
It's American 1841 arriving north side, runway 12 left from Philly. A very fitting origin point on a day like this.
I was thinking that myself.
1533, can you snug it up to the gates as much as possible so I can get behind you?
Wow, can you hear that wind? Man, that's blowing.
And to the left of your screen, you can kind of see it too. That windsock is nice and stiff.
Yeah, it is straight out. It's giving its own red tail salute there, isn't it?
means there is quite the crosswind component to arrivals today.
Ground American 1841 on top of for Echo.
American 1841, maps ground taxi via Papa and Delta.
Delta American.
Thank you so much, Deb, for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Welcome to Economy. Have fun with those member emotes. And also a message from our new MSP Airport Live member, Deb. Just joined your channel. Thank you so much. Spent many afternoons at MSP watching the Northwest Plains. So hello from Bedford, Pennsylvania. Well, hello from the North Star State to the Keystone State. Hope you're having a much cooler, still a fantastic 4th of July holiday today. Wishing you well.
And since you saw those red tails in the past come in, watch for our red tail salute that we put up on the screen.
That's right.
We try to get those in there when we can. We're definitely multitasking here today. So whenever we get a ex-Northwest Airlines red tail come in, we'll put that red tail salute up.
Yeah, like, you know what I've noticed though? Every time we've rung up the YouTube comments, yeah, it just trips it. It like we can't do it. Like what is that?
So someone's monitoring it.
Well, no, now we just got it back. It's like it's a YouTube thing. It has to be a YouTube server thing. Like
Key line 5120, they'll roll all the way to the end, so just continue, no factor.
We'll continue on back.
You can taxi straight into parking, monitor ground on point 9. 34.
I don't think we've seen 717 come in yet today, have we, Alex? I don't recall. That's Delta Flight 1126 coming in from Columbus, Ohio. I think that's our first one today.
Delta 1126, turn left Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Alpha 4, Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 1120. Ground Delta 1120.
Sorry, I had my mic on mute there for just a second, John. But yeah, I think it's our first 717 arrival on the broadcast today.
I believe it
Alpha
is.
Delta, Quebec, Delta 1126.
Fun fact, actually, my mom and my dad left this morning on a Delta 717 off to Charlotte. They're going out to visit one of my siblings.
Oh, that's great. Celebrate.
So they flew into
Independence.
Charlotte and they...
No kidding.
Yep, then they drove all the way down to Greenville.
Wow.
Yep, where he lives.
Great. Good they flew on Delta.
Yeah.
Non-stop. Can't beat that.
Because typically, I mean, and historically speaking, the cheapest fares typically to Charlotte from here have been on American Airlines, but Delta, they've really been competitive on that MSP to Charlotte run.
Right.
Especially with the 717s.
Yep.
And knowing the money that Delta is putting into Charlotte,
Super 8 Memphis
they have a brand new Sky Club. They've got new terminals to play with. They've got a lot more traction in the Queen City than I think that they've ever had. So Delta is certainly trying to take away some of Americans' gargantuan market share.
Weren't they putting an international flight out of there at one time, too? I think they might have.
I'll have to go back and look
Paris.
and see if,
I think they might have been going to Paris.
So here's something to know about Charlotte, folks. If you want to go do some plane spotting over at Charlotte, they have a phenomenal airport overlook. It's a much larger viewing area than what we have, but ours is better because it's in a way better location.
Yeah.
It's not quite as far removed. Also,
is it closer too, probably? We're closer here?
We are. There will be a new center parallel runway that will be wrapping up construction, so it'll bring the action just a little bit closer to that overlook.
Super 8 Tovia, Papa, Charlie, and Bravo.
5120, Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Looks like our diversion is still sitting out there, Alex. That's
Yeah, we'll go ahead and swing over to it here.
Let me get my binoculars on it. The engines are still running. There's no emergency equipment around it. I don't even see any company personnel going over there.
Delta.
I'm not quite sure what is going on with that aircraft. It's kind of strange, isn't it? You'd think by now they'd taxi to the gate or they'd have some emergency equipment over there if they were having a mechanical problem, but it's just sitting there with both engines up and running.
3528 Minneapolis Tower, wind 19014.
It's probably because they're stuck waiting for a gate. They got nowhere to go.
Yeah, it could be. If it was a medical emergency, they would have brought them right in. So I think we can rule that out.
Oh, wait a minute. Yes, we got movement.
Look at that. Just as
Finally, they're on the roll.
1878 Minneapolis Tower, wind 20015, gust 27, runway 12
That
right.
Q400 is quite long, isn't it?
It's really good. Look at the side profile there.
Yeah. Yes, that aircraft took off 2 hours and 17 minutes ago. They've been on that plane after the diversion. They've been out there 30 minutes. Strange, but they're on the move now to the gate. Get whatever issue they have resolved. We'll have to watch for that to see if
3031 maps contact your gate to the pop up. You need to get around that.
they take care of the problem and head back up to their destination.
Ground Delta 1126, Charlie 1 is currently
Keep an eye on that for you.
Push any minute. You just want us to hang out on Quebec here?
That's fine, yep. Encore 3739, proceed around the 717. The tug into opposite direction will give way. Super 8, give way to dash 8, opposite direction. They're going to proceed around that 717.
We can get quite a bit of information out here, folks, but sometimes we're just not sure exactly what's going on.
Super 8, Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Push approved.
Wow, that's wind's blowing. Did it pick up?
Yeah, it seemed to pick up just maybe a little bit there.
I think so.
Ground, okay to proceed on Quebec.
Yeah, it's certainly been a blowing.
I believe that's Super 8, affirmative. Proceed, Papa, Charlie, and Bravo.
Papa, Charlie, and Bravo.
So look at the aircraft viewing area. Not a whole lot of people out here, but then again, I'm not really surprised because, man, it is hot.
No, normally this time of day it would be bumper to bumper out here. I'm counting about 4 cars out here. That's about it.
You can see our production power setup there off to the left-hand side. If you're wondering, what is that contraption?
They don't want to know.
That's part of the reason why we're a little bit behind, was because we had to get the power transformer in a spot where it would be cooled off and would be not so close to that hot engine.
FedEx facility also right there behind it. They've got quite a large operation here. So if you're coming to find us down here at MSP Airport, live in the MSP aircraft viewing area, it's all the way down Cargo Road to the very, very end, just past FedEx. And it has its own website too, so that'll give you directions just to get here.
What's the gate today? 3528, right turn, Papa 3. 123 straight to the gate. You can monitor ground, 0.9.
There's Delta flight from Cancun, just landed, 1878. They're running Cancun year-round now. I remember back in the day where Delta, that would be a seasonal route for Delta, and they wouldn't start that up till sometimes December. But now they've got that going year-round now. And in the dead of winter, I think Delta runs 5 non-stops a day down to Cancun, so that's great service out of Minneapolis, St. Paul. To escape these cold winters here in the Twin Cities and head down to Mexico.
Looks like they're past Alpha 3 already.
Affirmative, Delta 1878, very good.
Have you ever been to Cancun, Alex? Ever been down there?
To Gulf 9, have a good day.
I've actually not been to Mexico before.
Okay.
A very close friend of mine has. Really enjoyed his time.
Yeah, it's nice down there. It's fun.
Verify 28, just hold there, let me know.
See our shirts blowing in the wind there.
Yep. And hello, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex. That's John.
Hi, everybody.
Happy 4th of July today. Of course, I've got my red, white, and blue beaver t-shirts, rocking that. I know that you have the American flag, stars and stripes, rocking that as well.
Absolutely.
You also have a very interesting hat. Tell us about that. Where did you get that?
I got this. This was given to me. It's a World War II honor flight hat. I don't know if those of you out there probably have heard of the honor flights. And that's run by a nonprofit organization out of Washington, D.C., Arlington, Virginia, actually. And this hat was given to me. I used to do charters for Delta with, we would carry World War II veterans, Vietnam veterans to Washington, D.C., and a lot of them never had the opportunity to go there, and their trip was all paid for by the organization, and it was a real thrill to do that. I've had World War II veterans on that were in Pearl Harbor, and they spend the day there in Washington, D.C., and get to tour all the memorials, the World War II Memorial, the World War I Memorial, also the Vietnam Memorial. So it's a great thrill to be out there. So
Wow, nice.
yeah, it was great. One of the organizers gave me this hat, and I do really cherish this hat. The honor flights.
Especially on a day like today, here's the skyline of downtown Minneapolis off in the distance.
Delta 8788, Minneapolis.
That building that's in the foreground, that's actually the Metropolitan Airport Commission's headquarters. That's where their main offices are located. The Metropolitan Airports Commission is the public corporation, the governing body that owns and operates the metro airports around the Twin Cities, including MSP Airport, which is home base.
And if you come down here to visit us at MSP Airport live at the viewing area, they've got a plaque up here under glass about the Metropolitan Airports Commission, and it shows all the different airports that their umbrella is under. And they've got about 4 pictures of some of the aircraft that come in and out of here. I think there's about 7 total airports there.
It's a lot to manage.
Yeah, a lot to manage.
So we're going to zoom in on the QR code on your screen. Scan to learn more, John.
There it is. Look at that. Do you want me to scan it so they can learn more?
Yeah, go ahead and scan it. Or you can also scan this QR code right here to see more about the aircraft that come to the viewing area we commonly see.
That's great information.
Now, when that sign was originally put up, they had pictures of all the different aircraft, but they've kind of consolidated it into a web link via QR code now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that ever one
Seems that most, if not all, of the
tunnel back to Bravo.
way of things are going is toward those QR code things.
It's true. It's absolutely true. A lot of, I just went on a cruise, and They don't even have menus anymore on the cruise for you to look at. You scan the QR code and read the menu off your phone. That was something new to me.
So Tom Samuel said, thank you so much for tuning in. Was hoping for some 2-2 action with that wind. You know, I was kind of hoping for it as well. I think the threshold is somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 19 knots or something like that. I don't know the official number offhand, but if that threshold is to get met, it needs to be way windier than it is right now.
Yeah, we're holding steady at 16 knots.
Right, because if they're going to be landing on the 12s, that crosswind component, it's over most of the aircraft that we see here. It's over their limit. That's what they could take for a crosswind.
Uniform Rebel Permission Juliet, now current altimeter 2983.
For those of you that don't want to do the conversion, 16 knots
That's fine. You can hold there, and then your
is equal
discretion, they should be
to
moving
about
here any second.
18 and a half miles per hour wind. So we're almost at a sustained 20 mile an hour steady wind out
If you
here.
can scoot it up any closer, Gay, that'd be great.
We're moving right now, Delta 1570.
Daniel Swanson, Swatman, is online. Hey, Daniel, how are you doing? Daniel's fantastic. Had the opportunity to talk with him many times out here at the aircraft viewing area. Big player in our spotting community, very involved with some of the different projects going on. Hope you're having a great 4th, Daniel.
Aircraft has this weather information connected to 545.
Hope you're staying nice and cool as well. And you know what? For how hot the temperature reading has been out here, it hasn't been that bad. It's been actually quite nice out here.
Alex, I think everybody's staying nice and cool today except me and you.
Well, even we're kind of staying cool
The
today.
breeze isn't bad. It's helping. It's helping. Here's a beautiful shot. Oh, look at that. See that right wing go down a little bit there? He caught a gust.
Yep.
1923, runway 17. Taxi via Papa Mike. Cross runway 04. Hold short of runway 12 right.
It's coming.
Taxi via South.
Yeah, I know they had a strike recently that, if I'm willing to hedge a bet, was the reason why we didn't see Air France on Wednesday at all this week.
Minneapolis Tower winds 210.
In fact, upon arriving at Charles de Gaulle, the Delta flight with the 330, nothing was coming in or really going out too much.
Is that the controllers that were on strike, you said?
I believe so, yeah.
The brain that is approved as requested.
Roger, I'm up to the east base.
We got an update on that, Mr. Alex. You are correct.
The 2014
Air
guys.
France has canceled today from
Oh,
Charles
what?
de Gaulle. Paris to Minneapolis, July 4th. July 4th is showing
2014,
status
okay.
of canceled. They were going to bring it in the 787-9 Dreamliner today. Nope, that one has been axed. Isn't that something? They're showing next arrival tomorrow. We'll see about that.
Tower Delta 999, if you want to be right.
Gets available.
1012, that's 30.
Delta operated today, though.
Clear line 1
They made it in.
Quebec.
It landed here about 1 p.m. There goes the laptop cover again.
49, let's turn
Wow. Wow. I could barely get it up. That's crazy. That's really the wind.
Well, the ThinkPads have pretty good hinges, too, so that should give you an indication of how hard it's blowing here, especially towards the surface.
Man alive.
349, join Alpha and contact Golf Point 9.
Next runway 17 uniform.
Hey, ground, sir. I was talking to offset Delta 87, 84, lost on runway 4 and hold short of which intersection?
Delta 87, 88, up runway 4, short of Quebec.
Short of Quebec, got it. Delta
Let's see what's
87,
next
88.
on the horizon here. I see a red tail salute coming down the pike here,
Delta
Alex.
349, Minneapolis Ground Fox.
Coming in on final approach now from Orlando is Delta Flight 1208 on a 757-300.
Alpha Delta short of Charlie.
Mine and Alex's favorite aircraft coming in here. We think the 757 version, the Dash 300. That's Northwest Airlines acquisition. They've had 16 of those in the fleet. This should be a fun landing to watch. look at that. Wow. Yep, he was fighting the wind on that one.
Delta 1923 Minneapolis Tower, keep it moving, traffic 3 mile final at Mike Cross, runway 12
That was
right,
fun.
turn right on Whiskey.
At Mike Cross 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, Delta 1923.
Ironically, we have another Delta 757-300 arriving from San Francisco. Delta Flight 1999. That is right behind the one that just landed from Orlando.
The
So we'll
881
get to see another 757-300 landing.
Okay, go ahead. The 1208 Minneapolis, contact by Alpha. So the 881 looks like they're just maybe slight deviations, but the cells just aren't big enough to be rerouting over it, so that's the way they get you going right now. Okay.
Here comes that other
1208, your gate's full as
757-300
well.
right now.
Taxi Alpha, runway 4, short of Bravo. Sorry about that, flight attendant talking in my ear. Saying that again, Delta 1208. Delta 1208, they put you in a full gate. Taxi Alpha, up runway 4, hold short of Bravo.
Very nice.
Alpha, runway 4, short of Bravo, Delta 1208.
We're hoping you're enjoying today's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, here on the 4th of July, America's 249th birthday.
1999, turn left Alpha 3, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Appropriately hot and windy. That's not atypical here in Minnesota. We get this quite often here.
Hey, ground up to 1208, just to verify, right on runway 4, and then short of Bravo. Delta 1208, there'll be a right turn up runway 4, hold short of taxiway, Bravo, on runway 4. Yep, Alpha, runway 4, short of Bravo, Delta 1208. You said Golf 3 or Charlie 3, Delta 1999? Golf 3, sir. The 1999 taxi to Golf 3 via Alpha. Golf 3 via Alpha, Delta 1999.
19, clear for takeoff.
Setting 120 over runway 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 1923.
Let's contact ground point 9.
Alpha 4, Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 1887.
Delta 1887, Roger. We'll add you to the mix.
I just left on Alpha, and Delta 1887 will taxi slow. Just be here from the company.
Yeah, let me know. I don't even show anybody proposed off Golf 12 yet. You can move up closer to the end of the grass there. That'd be great, just so I can clear Alpha at your tail.
Moving forward, Delta 1208.
Delta 2870 monitor tower 126.7.
167, Delta 28. Delta 1887.
Go ahead.
The company tells us that a repo aircraft off that gate, they expect at least another 10 minutes.
Roger that. Just continue as Alpha. I'll park here in a second.
Just continue Alpha as able, Delta 1887. Delta 1887, we'll be clear.
1887 here to start.
Apologize for that.
Continue Alpha, Charlie, and I'll give you progressive, or I'm going to park you.
Accepted.
Okay, Alpha, and then Charlie, there's going to be right turn on
I just
Charlie.
heard everybody say accepted, so I thought
Okay.
I'd throw that in there.
Guys, 6501 Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha Delta in Quebec.
Alpha Delta, Quebec, LH 6501.
Okay, 3791 meter uniform current, push crew, running 17. Guys, 3528, they're pushing your gate now, cut back short of 79, then into it when they clear. Minneapolis ground, your push crew, expect running 17 uniform current. 1114, good. Stand by. Cut back short of 79 for now, and then when they clear, you can proceed in. Delta 1887, you'll turn right on Charlie, left turn Charlie 6, left turn down runway 22, you'll hold short of taxiway Hotel.
Charlie 6, clear to taxi on runway 22, hold short Hotel, Delta 1887.
Delta 1208, your gates push them when they clear it, I'll move you.
Delta 1208.
3 taxi Whiskey Delta and monitor ground point 9.
Whiskey 3, Whiskey Delta, monitor point 9, Sun Country 79, you have the port.
Happy 4th. 2870, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Looks like we have a little bit of a break in the
PPT,
arrivals.
Let me know if that works. Oh.
2870, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Now, we were going to do this at the beginning of the show here today, but just we had a lot going on. We really couldn't get to that. But here's what the traffic pattern looks like at MSP with a pretty strong crosswind component. 3 out of 4 runways are in use. The parallels, runway 12 left and 12 right, are where all the arrivals are going to be funneled onto, as well as a good chunk of the departures. All the heavies are going to be going off of runway 12 right.
You can turn right on Bravo taxi gate.
And if they are ultralight, if they don't have much of a load factor, then they will probably take runway 17 all the way on the left side of your screen, which is going to be handling most of the narrow-body departures in this configuration. It's just easier and quicker and far more efficient for aircraft to be in this operations pattern when the wind's favorites.
I'm back, Alex. I took a little break there for a second. I ran over and talked to our few viewers that are down here. It's a family, and they're from southeast of Winnipeg. So,
all right.
Yep, we've got some Canadians down here.
2870, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
3 kids, mom and dad, and they are going to be heading up tomorrow to the Duluth Air Show.
Oh, nice.
To go see the Blue Angels. Which I've been to. Have you been up there to that?
I have not been to the Duluth Air Show. I believe that is also the largest air show in the state. And it is that time of year, since it's now July. Also, guess what comes up at the end of the month?
Sir, 657
Oshkosh?
Minneapolis.
Yes, it,
Tower,
yes,
wind
Oshkosh.
2013,
It does.
29er,
I get 3
runway
guesses and the
12
first
right,
2 don't count, right? Oshkosh, bagosh. Okay.
Westjet 1900, that wasn't for you. Westjet 1900.
We got Iceland Air,
currently
2 minutes out
2113,
for runway 12 right.
But first in front of that, we've got the Las Vegas arrival on another Delta 757-200 coming in.
Ground Delta 1887.
Go ahead.
Company says that Golf 12 should be moving.
Might be shortly, but not yet.
Copy. Thanks.
Somebody else took
No
that
red
call
tail
sign.
salute on that one,
I was
Alex.
talking to
That's
Delta
original
1887
Delta
only.
757.
Who's saying copy?
So I can picture the old paint job on that one.
Or maintenance in there taking somebody's call sign?
And it's a site you're very familiar with because you spent a long time as a flight attendant for Northwest.
That's very true. I did. Republic, Northwest, and Delta Airlines.
3, join
I was
Alpha,
fortunate enough
contact
to
ground, 0.9.
work for all 3 different airlines.
Point 230.
Saw a lot of aircraft come and go. The Convair 580, the DC-9, all variants, the DC-9, -10, -30, -50, and of course, the ever-popular -80, better known as the MD-80.
Delta 2238, Minneapolis ground, Fox 8 is full, taxi Alpha up runway 4.
Here's Iceland Air, flight 657, nonstop from Reykjavik.
4 to Bravo, about 2238.
Delta 1711, Minneapolis ground, meter in its uniform, pushes approved, expect runway 17.
Nice landing. They've got to be used to a lot of windy landings in Iceland.
2607, monitor tower 267. Okay, 3791, monitor tower 126.7.
6 hours and 7 minutes in the air today for that 737 MAX.
Iceland 657, turn right on Whiskey 3, taxi Whiskey Delta to parking, and use monitor ground point 9.
Another Canadian arrival over there, Alex. To the left, we got Swoop Airlines coming in from Saskatoon. We're familiar with this flight number 1900.
Cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
That we are. Makes it pretty easy to remember, doesn't it? Flight 1900.
That's an easy one. That's starting to be a very familiar sight here. Didn't you mention last week they are going to be changing that livery, though? They're going to...
They will, but gradually.
Okay. Kinda
I've
like
also
that.
seen Sunwing livery aircraft
Okay. I kind of like
on
that
this
pink.
particular service.
Yeah, it really stands out.
Tower Southwest 1272 over Skins, 12 right.
West at 1900, turn right Papa 3, join Papa, contact ground point 9. Southwest 1272, Minneapolis Tower, winds 210.
I think the Blue Angels are going to be up in Duluth this weekend.
Third land 12 right, Southwest 1272.
They're always exciting to see. The F-15s.
Watch at 1900, Minneapolis ground, text by Papa, Charlie and Bravo. WestJet 1900, Golf 8 is full. Taxi via Papa. Cross runway 22. Join Mike and I'll have more.
Hey, Papa. John, Mike? You're right, and turn right on Whiskey Scott 3791.
Pardon me, Alex. A correction on those
Super
blue ranges. The F-18, not the F-15. I know we're going to get a comment on that.
It's Fox 9 Delta 1502. Hold the push. I'll call you back. I got traffic blocking you.
This Delta A321neo is off to Salt Lake City, Utah.
1887.
Flight 2607.
Taxi Hotel Bravo, short of the tunnel.
Hotel Bravo, short of tunnel, Delta 1887.
Super 8, proceed via Alpha to the east base. And Delta 1887, just use Hotel, cut the corner, Alpha all the way down. Now they clear the gate. Now nobody's on final.
Okay, thank you. Hotel, cut the corner Alpha all the way down to the gate, Delta 1887. High ground, Delta 2238.
Delta 2238, go ahead.
We got a hold of our opposite. Plane should be pushing here about 5 minutes, just an FYI.
Roger, thanks. Westjet 1900, you turn south on Mike. You'll turn left at Hotel and hold short of runway.
Another Denver
22
arrival.
on Hotel.
Southwest.
So,
Your max. I see the max in here a lot.
Holding short on Hotel.
There's a good shot of Swoop over there taxiing on the other side of the airport.
Yeah, I think Tower said that their
They're going to the
gate
penalty
was
box?
full.
Southwest
Okay.
1272, turn right,
Get a
Whiskey
good
3,
shot of that,
taxi Whiskey Delta,
lively
monitor
there.
ground point 9.
Whiskey 3, Whiskey Delta, monitor ground, Southwest 12.
Delta 2607, fly runway heading, runway 17.
So in frame, this is WestJet Flight 1900. It's in the Swoop livery. It's from Saskatoon.
Coming to push your discretion, expect runway 17.
That should probably be turning around today and heading right back.
WestJet 1900, you can snug it up right to the hold short bar as we're just using 2-2 as the parking lot right now. If your nose crossed, that's fine. I just want to keep your tail clear of Mike, please. So about another 10-15 feet would help me out a lot.
Not a problem, WestJet. I got it.
Alex, do we have one of the runways here in the Twin Cities closed right now or refurbishing?
Not yet.
They're working on it, aren't they?
Well, here at MSP Airport, I know that downtown St. Paul Holman Field, their main runway is getting some safety improvements that are much needed. So our south parallel runway here, 12 right, 30 left, was down for a little bit in the spring this year.
Okay.
So they were working on the 12 right end of the runway for
I
safety
remember that.
improvements. They're getting the rubber off. They're regrading it, and they'll be back at it starting middle or end of August
Good.
through the month of September to complete the rest of the project. But they wanted to put it on pause because, as you could already tell here, John,
Let me check and see if
it's
open.
just packed.
Yeah.
And they need the runways, especially today, which imagine if 12 right, 30 left was down for construction. It would not be too bad because you could have 2-2 that you could use in your back pocket, that crosswind runway.
Right.
But then again, the disruption index would just be sky high.
Right.
Yeah, the second, when a runway goes down here at MSP Airport, or 2, just the disruption index just
confirm Golf 10 to your
goes
left
off
is
the
open.
chain.
Delta 606, Minneapolis.
Now, I'm sure it does with
21011,
most
Gus
major
23,
metropolitan
runway 12
airports,
right.
but particularly MSP Airport.
Delta 606, what's the gate today?
Charlie 5.
Runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 and Charlie. Hold short, runway 12 right.
17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short of 13.
So 1502 Minneapolis meter, 8 is uniform, just wait for company to clear left or right on the tail, then you'll push the approved for 17.
And it looks like Swoop is heading over to the the U.S. Customs area for arrival. Is that you crying, Alex?
No. How dare you?
You're crying on the inside.
Oh, with these technical
unhappy
problems.
child.
42 maps, ground meter push through, runway 17.
He's not a happy boy. That's okay.
Yeah.
It happens.
2350, you ready? 2350, runway 17, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4 to Mike, hold short, runway 12 right.
Dean Welsh, welcome. Says hello, MSP spotters. Apparently, our chat plugin is causing our feed to crash temporarily for some reason. It's just because of YouTube servers being overloaded right now, I would imagine. I'm willing to make a good guess.
Turn right heading 215, contact departure.
Feels like the wind has died down here a little bit, maybe a couple knots.
Temperature still sticking around at 91 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's 2274 Minneapolis Tower, winds 20011, gusts 21, runway 12 right, clear line.
12 right.
I've got a comment here in the live chat from David Glover. How hot are those planes on the ground when the passengers get on? How many times where the air wasn't working and it was extremely hot during boarding? Not fun. Well, David, they have what they call an auxiliary power unit. That's a small jet engine that they can run. It's in the back of the airplane with an exhaust, and they can utilize that. But normally when they're at the gate to save on fuel, they hook up to ground power, and it's a plug-in right on the side of the aircraft that they can just plug in electrical power at will, and they can run the air conditioning units that way and power the whole aircraft like that.
Turn right on whiskey, cross runway 4.
Normally they do a pretty good job of keeping it cool, but they do have to stay on top of it before boarding.
Turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9.
Okay, Alpha 4, join Alpha, point 9 for the ground. Delta 06, good afternoon, happy 4.
Happy 4.
Yeah, good afternoon, Minneapolis ground. Going to Kelly 5.
So 606 Minneapolis ground, I show that gate is full as well. Taxi Alpha, up runway 4, hold short at Charlie 6.
Okay, can Alpha and runway 4 and just hold short at Charlie 6 for now, Delta 06.
We're going to have another red tail salute here coming in, Alex, from Phoenix. Flight 2274, Boeing 757-200 with the Northwest NW registration on it.
Kind of cut in and out. There was a Delta 258 Heavy.
Well, that's our flight to Dublin that's going to be rocking and rolling here in just a little bit.
Push, I'll call you right back. 2238, right turn Bravo.
All right, John, you ready?
Right turn Bravo to the gate, Delta 2230.
I'm going to throw that salute on screen.
Have them keep pushing you back towards the tunnel on Bravo. I just want to get somebody into your gate if we can, so I can push a heavy. 1502, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
5 Charlie, short 12 right, Delta 1502.
Did I hear you say Dublin's on the way in?
Yeah, if they can, about another
It's on the way
10
out.
feet, that would help.
Okay.
Would be an A330-200 today, if memory serves.
2418, that freak fine, runway 17 via Papa
Now, they
Mike,
started that
cross runway
seasonal
4,
route
hold
this
short,
year,
runway
John.
12
They
right.
had the much larger and much newer A330-900 Neos on that route
In the
assignment.
beginning. They did in the very beginning. They certainly did. Yep, they got it down to the 200 now.
Delta 2274, join Alpha, contact ground.
And that's a popular route, too, because you got Aer Lingus flying that almost daily. I think they take a quick break on Saturdays before resuming
Okay.
their daily service to and from Dublin on the A321XLR. And I'll tell you what, the A321XLR has been a pretty good replacement for the 757s that used to be in the Aer Lingus fleet, which we used to see, by the way, when Aer Lingus, when they first started flying here back just before the pandemic in 2019, they flew the 757-200 from Dublin to here.
They sure did. Yeah, I remember that.
Delta 2087, man, come here, push through runway 17.
17, clear for takeoff.
It's always fun when we get a new
Delta
airline coming in here internationally, for sure. Like
Delta,
Lufthansa,
Delta,
Condor, Discover, Aer
81,
Lingus.
man, prime meter, push through runway 12 left with uniform.
Am I missing anybody? Air France, of course, comes in here.
1502, monitor tower 126.7.
KLM's always come in here, even back in the Northwest days.
258 heavier, push approved for
Yeah,
12
and if
right,
anyone's wondering why Air
uniform.
France is not coming in today, there are some much larger issues at play here as to why they've had to cancel now, I think.
Twice this week?
Twice, yeah.
Runway 17, this freaks the taxi.
There are some strikes that are impacting the aviation industry in France. Now, that's our educated guess. Of course, we don't know exactly why they've canceled again, but if we're willing to bet, we think that might be the case.
Wouldn't it be nice if they had a website somewhere? Do you know of any, Alex? Or Nice flights canceled? You could go look and see if they had a reason code of why they canceled. Are you aware of any website like that?
Not in particular,
No.
but if our audience, here's a challenge for our audience.
Right.
Do anyone of you guys know
2274, we'll join.
Of a source.
Yeah, of a source
That we could go to when a flight cancels of the reason why that it did cancel, albeit maintenance, crew issues, weather, strikes.
There's a red tail, John. We got to get that salute going.
Runway 12 right. The 606, your gauge just pushing now.
Yeah, no,
The 606, actually, you can follow traffic ahead of you, runway 4 and Quebec as you're able.
can't follow that traffic, and that is quick as a green able, and Delta 6 still follow traffic.
8788, turn right on Quebec, hold short of gate Delta 2.
Right on Quebec, hold short, gate Delta 2, Delta 2. Hey, ground 2238.
Delta 2238, go.
Hey, we're going to hang out until this 73 in front of us clears. We could probably make it just full tight.
That's 2238, that's fine, go in when they clear.
Thanks. Ground Delta 397 ready to check.
The 397, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha, cross 4, 12 right, Delta 397.
Delta 2418, monitor tower 126.7.
Yeah, we don't know the exact reason why Air France did cancel. The Delta flight, though, did operate today from Charles de Gaulle to the Twin Cities.
No, 176 or 165, Tower 3.
Oscar 316, feed your discretion.
Thanks,
Go beyond your gate, you turn back and into it when they clear.
Alright, pop up and down, we'll do your turn, let's gate cleared up there.
So the 606, turn right on Quebec and hold at the tail of the 321 pushback.
Okay, yeah, go right on the Quebec and hold the just now behind you, the Airbus, that's go.
5 runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading over 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 2350.
2418, Minneapolis Tower traffic, 5
That the
out.
Dublin
Mike,
flight,
cross,
Alex?
runway
Yep,
12
Delta
right, turn right on
258 heavy.
Back Mike, cross
perfect. There's room to tuck you in there. So angle out to Papa and then go beyond your gate. You turn back on Quebec into it when they clear.
Okay, so can join here at Papa, definitely double bag and expect and just sort of
The Dublin flight looks like it pushed way down, maybe out of the F concourse down there. Maybe F-13. So when they come back from Dublin to Minneapolis, they go through U.S. Customs in Dublin. So when they come back home here to the Twin Cities, there's no need for them to go through Customs. They've already done that in Dublin, which is real nice for people that want to just get off the plane quick and be on their way, making a connection or heading home.
397 monitor tower 267, see ya.
over to tower now, 397.
Delta 1502, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Shuttle 1114, runway 17, taxi via Pop and Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alaska 229, about 10 miles, 12 right.
Let's go 229 Minneapolis Tower, you're about 6.5.
Traffic starting to pick up here in Minneapolis, St. Paul right now.
Runway 12 right, clear to land winds
6:34 p.m.
Clear to land, 12 right. Alaska 229.
Temperatures dropped 1 degree. It's now 90 degrees out.
258 heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Alpha, cross runway 4.
All right, so we're going to do a spotter guide of the A330-200 because these are real special aircraft in the Delta fleet because there's only 11 of them, and all 11 of them were ordered and delivered to Northwest Airlines in the 2000s before the merger. So these aircraft, while not very common outside of a Delta hub, here at MSP Airport, we see the A330-200 every day. It's a mainstay on the Dublin service as we're going to see it depart here in just about a few minutes from now. These aircraft have an extended range over the larger A330-300 base variants that we also see here plenty of at MSP Airport. And they also are rocking those Pratt & Whitney PW4000 engines, a slightly derated version than what's on the larger Dash 300 variants. These aircraft are just super solid. They were a workhorse for Northwest Airlines or a workhorse for Delta, and we're going to see that workhorse.
It's got quite a range
sprint off
on it.
1-2 right. It does.
For sure. I think Northwest took that for a while, maybe even Delta from here to Tokyo. So it had the range to go from Minneapolis to Tokyo.
So one of our viewers is saying there's an ATC strike in France on the 3rd yesterday, and also today. 1,500 plus flights in and out of France have been canceled.
Whoa, wow. 1,500 canceled.
Actually, that was
wow. They strike day to day instead of a whole week at a time sometimes.
Papa, Mike and Alpha, cross runway
That's
4,
common in the
line
European
to 7-3, come up, buck your right.
They'll do it with their rails, too. And sometimes their taxis.
Supertug 8, Minneapolis, ground proceed Alpha Delta, Quebec. Supertug 3, maps ground, approved. Mark 988, Minneapolis, meter, uniforms current, hold the push, I'll call you right back. Up to 574 behind 321, runway 12
Vertical
left,
stabilizer on the
taxi via Papa,
A330-200, another fun fact about the type,
97,
is that it's slightly taller than the larger Dash 300 variant.
The 2087 monitor tower, 126.7.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, runway 12 right, clear to land, winds 20012, custom 19er.
There's Alaska arriving on runway 12 right.
215, contact departure. 229,
in
turn
from
left Alpha
Seattle.
4, join Alpha,
Alaska flight
contact ground point 9.
229.
Left Alpha 4, join Alpha 49, Alaska 29.
Delta 258 Heavy, will you guys be ready?
That'll be affirmative.
Thank you. Delta 397.
All right, John, here's our
runway
flight to
heading,
Fairbanks
runway
out ahead of
right.
the Dublin departure on runway 12 right.
Okay.
It's off to America's last frontier.
Via Charlie
right.
5 Charlie, hold short runway 12 right behind us, CRJ North on
They're
Charlie.
utilizing the 737-900ER
58
on
Heavy,
that
runway
route
12 right,
today.
line and wait, be ready to go, traffic 5 mile final Airbus.
You're right, line up light Delta 258.
And there it goes on the roll.
Ground Alaska 229, so we're going Echo 1.
Alaska 229, Minneapolis ground. Continue via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta to park Alaska 229.
Super 3 behind Alaska, Bravo, short of the construction. Go at the tunnel, please. Okay, 3816 Shamrock pushing gate Echo 12. You can swing wide around if you need.
Oh, they're on.
Those 737-900s use a lot of concrete
Heavy, fly runway heading.
on a
runway
hot
12
day
right,
like
clear
this.
for takeoff.
Right, heading, once you're ready
Okay.
for takeoff, Delta.
Delta 397,
We've got
turn
Delta
left, left turn,
258
heading
on the
100,
runway, lined
contact
up.
departure.
Heading
Getting ready. He's on a slow roll.
And here goes
United
Dublin with the
1134,
A330-200.
39 Papa, contact ground point 9.
2560. Hold the push, I'll call you right back. It is uniform.
Oh, it'll be a minute in position. Caution turbulence. You'll be intro with a heavy Airbus that's off the parallel.
At 1134, taxi via Papa. Super 8, once the other tug passes, join Alpha. Super 3, once the other tug passes, join Alpha.
I think they're going to have quite a tailwind to Dublin tonight. I'll check that flight time in just a minute here.
Runway 12 left.
100 degrees on the departure, Delta 258 flight.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds in position, runway 12 left, clear to land with currently 2109.
And we've got a Delta A321 flight 2946 arriving from Bozeman, Montana.
Delta 1114 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey.
On Mike, cross 12 right, join whiskey, Delta 1114.
Delta 2268 Minneapolis Tower,
Traffic is picking up here, ladies and gentlemen, at MSP. The heavies are starting to go. The runways are getting a little more active.
Delta 881, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. Delta 2946, turn left Alpha 3, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Alpha 3 and Alpha ground point 9, Delta 2946. Delta 2695, visual 1 to right.
The 258 Heavy, contact departure.
Forward departure, Delta 258 heavy.
Delta 2695 Minneapolis Tower, winds 210 at 11, gust 18, runway 12 right, clear land.
Clear land 12 right, Delta 2695.
The 1358 Minneapolis Tower, your 5.5 inch rail with a 73 additional traffic will hold in position, runway 12 left, clear to land, winds 210 at 11, gust 18.
Still to flight 1114 off to Billings, Montana. It's the largest city in the state.
Departure, have a good day.
As I just mentioned, you can see how much the traffic is picked up here.
30 right, the ice pad. Which one are you waiting on?
We got another red tail salute.
Runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey.
There it is.
Whiskey, Delta 2087. 1172, 2 out of kids.
That's 1172, Minneapolis Tower, winds 21010, gust 18, runway 12 right, clear line.
Follow that clear land, Delta 72, 1172.
That's 2489, turn left Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
4 Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 29, yeah.
Just making sure that
The 574, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, line up and wait, traffic 5 mile final, be ready to go, Airbus.
Alpha Delta Quebec is gauge, Delta 29.
Southwest 2177, turn right Papa 4 if you got it please. Join Papa, contact ground point 9. Delta 574, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Here we go, John. Yet another red tail salute at X Northwest 8319 off to San Jose.
Delta 1114, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2268, runway 17, line up and wait.
Super tug on Delta, front of the American there. Just hold short of Quebec and what's your number? I've lost it. Right, thanks. And which gate are you going again? Sure.
Delta 2560 is ready, sir.
2560, runway 17, taxi
Another-
via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 13
Another
right.
salute.
Ex Northwest aircraft. There it is. Airbus A320 coming in from the Big Easy, New Orleans, or New Orleans as they say down there.
across runway 4 for Delta 2560.
2560, thanks. And once you make the turnaround there, just give way to the Delta bus clearing. It looks like Alpha 4.
We'll give way to the Delta bus exiting for Delta 2560.
Our company's waiting for you. Join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Let's turn out 4 Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 2690.
Delta 574, contact departure, have a good day.
It's Delta 535 headed off to Anchorage,
77.
waiting to line up and wait on runway 12 right.
Hold the push, I'll get you moving, Charlie.
So they'll be departing off 12 right to Alaska as well, in addition to our Fairbanks flight that departed earlier.
Didn't we have a little excitement a couple days ago with that flight to Anchorage, Alex?
Yes, we did.
With the
Super 8, once Shamrock moves, join Quebec.
that was the 100-year livery, I believe, where they had to exit
Yep.
avoid a go-around. They did a great job with that. They had to exit off of the active runway they were on and to alleviate a go-around.
1651, Minneapolis, meter, thanks, push approved, runway 17.
535, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait.
12 right, line up and wait, Delta 535.
Endeavor 4642, Minneapolis
There's
Tower,
Delta
wind
1172
2011,
in
gust
from
18,
Denver.
runway 12 left, clear line.
On an Airbus A321.
Contact ground point 9.
Delta 2695, Fox 4 is occupied.
Clear for takeoff.
So turn right on runway 4, hold short of taxiway Bravo. Alpha 4, short of Bravo.
Alpha, runway 4, hold short of Bravo, Delta 2695.
Delta 1350.
All right, everybody, here's our Delta A321neo off to Anchorage, Alaska.
Delta 1350, excuse me.
This is
join,
Delta
Quebec
535
behind
with
company there,
nonstop
that's Airbus,
service.
they're off of Charlie 11, so you can go in when they move.
Fly runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 12 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 535.
2268, contact departure, have a good day.
Contact
All right, here we go, 535. They've been given their takeoff clearance,
1, 2, 3,
normalizing the engine power between engine number 1 and number 2, and away we go.
Okay, I'll get you moving here as soon as I can.
7 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 12 right, continue Charlie Tango to the gate. On the other side, you can monitor ground point 9.
Cross 12 right, Charlie, Charlie, Tango, monitor point 9 on the other side, good night, happy 4th, 2177.
Happy 4th.
46, what gate are you going to again?
Delta
Delta.
Well, Alex, as promised earlier, I said I was going to grab that flying time from Minneapolis to Dublin on that A330-200 that we just analyzed so well a little bit ago. It is a pretty short flight today, if you can believe it. It's only 6 hours and 45 minutes in the air over there tonight. That's pretty good.
See if they can beat Aer Lingus, which is now on the move, headed to the north parallel, runway 12 left for departure, back to Dublin.
2773, runway 17 taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
I figured they had quite a tailwind since Iceland Air had an 8-hour flight coming in.
As close to the gate as you can there.
Alright, Delta.
Till the 1651, runway 17 taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Tower, you're about 6 in trails with DRJ. Additional traffic will hold in position. Runway 12 left, clear land with 20011, gust 20.
Delta 2489, I'd like you to taxi past D6 so a company who's been patiently waiting can push.
Alright, past D6, Delta 2489.
Thanks.
So what's our next wide-body departure, Alex? Can you think off the top of your head we've got going tonight?
Well, we're going to have Delta 162 Heavy off to AMS, Delta 1484 with a A350-900.
That's it.
Delta 2977, thanks for your patience. I got a company A320 at your tail on Quebec. Once they pass, push is approved, runway 12 right.
2 left, minus 08, traffic CRJ, 5 mile final. Mark 98, go ahead. Affirmative, you can expect the radar vectors after departure.
Performance Dietis, push approved, runway 12 left.
312, 3 shuttle, 12 right.
Endeavor 4642, turn right, Papa 3, join Papa, contact ground point 9. And 312 Minneapolis Tower, winds 2009 or gust 20, runway 12 right to land.
Gust to land, 12 right.
Shamrock 988, turn
Looks
left,
like
heading
the
100,
aircraft viewing area parking lot is
runway
starting to
12
pick
left,
up.
clear for takeoff.
Yeah, a little bit.
Getting a few more viewers down here. Always good to see.
Server 4642, maps contact, see via Papa. Yes, 4301, maps con, are they holding you out of the alley there?
The wind's blowing everything around here tonight, Alex.
I wonder what that was.
That was an empty bottle. I'll grab it. There goes Aer Lingus. Other side of the airport.
Okay, and Delta 2489, a little further if you're able.
We'll move up a little further, Delta 2489.
Delta 1651, monitor tower 126.7.
If it's not tied down or strapped down today here, ladies and gentlemen, it is going flying. That's for
2151 ready for
sure.
taxi.
It's departing, but it doesn't have clearance.
For the 2773, just verify for me on Mike, hold short on my 12 right.
Mike, short 12 right,
2773, thanks, monitor tower 126.7. Cool, so.
Got one of our trucks rolling here from the fire station next to T2.
That's 5814, Minneapolis.
There it goes, that's
push
it.
approved, runway 17.
Probably a medical run.
Delta 2695, it's Fox 8 you're waiting on, is that correct?
Foxtrot 4.
That'd be my guess if they're just rolling one.
Got an incoming aircrafts from Houston, Texas.
Papa cross runway 4, Mike, hold short, runway 1 to right.
And it's United.
Roger 1880, Minneapolis Tower, wind 2009, gust 20, runway 1 to right, clear land. 1 to right, clear land, 2773, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 1 to right, join whiskey. Right cross, 1 to right at Mike, join whiskey, Delta 2773. 1651, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 1 to right, join whiskey, cross runway 4.
Alright, 10 Charlie, cross 1 to right, join whiskey, and also cross 4 for Delta 1651.
That's 4236, join Papa, contact ground point 9.
Left, join Papa, over, 1.9.
Delta for 4236, that was P9 312, you can contact ground point 9 as well. 2560, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Minute 3012, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha Delta Quebec, and what's your gate?
Alpha Delta Quebec, equal 4, and 312.
Better. Super 3, Minneapolis ground 12 via Alpha Delta Quebec. The 2297, excuse me, monitor tower 126.7.
20.7 Delta 22.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I just mentioned, we did have the MSP Airport Fire Department
4236 down into the
roll
30 right DI
one truck, one engine, and it does look like it is over at
cross runway 4.
That Charlie,
gate.
cross 1 to right, join whiskey, cross runway 4.
That usually indicates just a medical emergency that they're having in the aircraft. They also will roll paramedics from inside the airport also.
2560, contact departure, good day.
Looks like he's sitting at the nose of one of Delta's A330s.
2977, runway 1 to right, taxi via Papa Mike Alpha, cross runway 4.
You know, when you think about it, the airport here is really a small city with all the people that come in and out of the airport every single day. There's a lot of activity.
Yes, ready 47, runway 1 to left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
The wind's still holding steady at 14 knots, gusting to 18, Alex. It's still blowing it steady at 90 degrees.
On Delta short of Quebec, the alley is occupied there. They should be moving shortly.
Yeah, no, it's short Quebec.
So guys, have other Quebec to segment 68 Central, 67 Central. Out for Minnesota surrounding states. More information available, flight service.
Delta Airlines 737-900 taxi in front of us, and also coming in here on final approach, just about to land on the runway, is Sun Country Airlines in what they call their Tide Pod.
1651, runway 17, line the wave.
Monitor tower 126.7.
It's coming in from Rapid City, South
1651,
Dakota.
affirmative. Alright, copy, thank you. Look at 1880, taxi whiskey Delta, monitor ground point 9, good day.
Delta, monitor point 9, good day.
Looks like Mike, or I'm sorry, Quebec. Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 1 track.
Alright, 170 Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of 12 right. Yeah, with 54.
Let's see, Alex, if I can
14,
find that Aer Lingus
I'm going to change it now on
A321
taxi
and
via Papa, cross runway
what
4, Mike,
progress
hold
that's
short, runway
making
1
right
track.
now for us.
Okay, 170 Papa, cross runway 4, and hold short of 12 right. Yeah, with 54.
Runway 17.
runway heading up. Runway heading 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 1651.
2151, Minneapolis Tower, traffic still 6 out at Mike, cross 21 to right, Whiskey.
Delta 2151, cross 1 to right, Mike Whiskey.
Delta 2773, to right heading
188.
215, contact departure, good day.
We're going to make good time today. Only 5 minutes less, 6 hours and 50 minutes. So, a decent tailwind today to the European continent.
Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Tower Delta 789, visual 12 right, 170 again.
789, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, 5 behind 75, winds 22011, that's 19.
321,
Clear land,
taxiing
12 right,
right in
Delta
front of us here.
789.
Monitor Tower 126.7.
Tower 1651, and right heading 215, contact departure
Still
today.
to 2151 heading off to Portland.
Right turn 215, over departure Delta 1651. We're going to Hotel Bravo, go Charlie 1, Charlie 0.
So the 2485, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
We've got a Delta 757-200 coming in on
sorry about
final
that,
approach
Charlie
here
1,
from
Charlie 0.
Atlanta.
Charlie 1, Charlie 0, thank you.
Roger.
Little wing wobble there. A little bit of wing
Tower,
wobble.
left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Lots of tread taken off those tires on that landing. Of course, those tires get inspected regularly, and that's part of the
Minneapolis Tower,
co-pilot and or captain's
21014, that's 19,
responsibilities before every takeoff. They walk around that aircraft, the whole footprint of the aircraft, as they call it. They start at the nose and they walk the whole footprint down the wings all the way back. They're looking for any fluid leaks, oil leaks, fuel leaks. They look at the tires and inspect the tires, looking for any leaky with your car tire, making sure that the tread's looking out good on them and not worn, making sure all the lug nuts are attached. Believe it or not, they have found missing lug nuts on some airplanes. So they do a complete visual inspection. If it's at night, they bring their bright LED flashlights with them.
Steven says hello from Iowa.
Hi, Steven.
Delta 2654, maps ground, Fox 9, taxi via Alpha Delta.
How's the weather down there in Iowa
Yeah, Alpha
today?
Delta Fox 9, Delta 2654.
Delta 2695, taxi via Bravo, and the 75 will pass behind John Delta, but just don't delay too long getting through it.
Okay, turn right on Bravo and expedite for the 75. Is that 2654?
Yeah.
Okay, Delta 2695.
Expedite for the 7.5. In reference to the 757.
Delta 2145, Minneapolis ground, this is Victor, push approved, runway 17.9 at attack.
Okay, 47, contact departure, good day.
On 654, just to give way to the Airbus left to right on Bravo, or on direction on Bravo there.
Give way to the Airbus on Bravo, Delta 24. Tower Delta 8963, 7 outbound for 12 right.
8963, Minneapolis, charge, you can start reducing speed, traffic's going to hold in position,
not letting up today, is it, Alex?
Well, it's a good thing because we need that stiff breeze. We're still hovering around 90 with our temperature.
I know our resident motorcycles.
2145, don't block Gulf 13 on the push.
They make as much noise as a jet engine sometimes.
789 Memphis contact, CV Alpha to the ramp. Company's pushing off 11, told not to block your gate.
There they go. Good shot. Got to get their riding in now before it snows.
Some of those bikes are not rated for
for
salt, I don't think, in the wintertime.
No, probably not.
All right, let's pan over and get our next arrival, Delta 2437 from the GEG. It's the airport code, GEG for Spokane, Washington.
Cross runway 4.
937. 2151, turn right heading 215, contact departure, good day.
Roger, going Quebec.
Alpha 2485, taxi.
2485, runway 17, taxi to Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 1 try.
Sorry, 17 at Alpha Charlie, short 1 right,
2437, turn left Alpha 4, did you see any balloons or anything?
Alpha 4, negative on the balloon, please call first.
That's the same, that's what we said. 2437, contact ground point 9 today.
Did you hear that, John?
I missed it.
I think we have balloons about
Oh, really? Balloons on the field?
somewhere in the vicinity.
Well, that must have to do something with the 4th of July, I would imagine.
605, Minneapolis Tower, 4 behind 75, 21013, runway 10 right, clear land.
Usually it's a bird, not a
Clear
balloon.
land, Delta 605.
Huh. Well, it's windy enough, they'll be gone soon.
Just 4236, proceed in the path.
5814, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Right heading 215, departure, no, 14. Star 4780, turn right, join Papa, contact ground point 9, good day.
Just remain on Papa.
Boy, they were a little on the heavy side. That A320 had just departed runway 12 right for YVR.
Long roll. Now they got a long flight out there.
Tower, Delta
Got the Delta 757 coming in on final approach right here, just about ready to touch down. Look at that. Look at that right wing dip down. Wow. He's rocking and rolling all over the place. That's coming in from San Francisco. Notice anything different about that 757, Alex?
I think I do.
I think I know what you're going to say.
Red tail?
No winglets.
Oh, no winglets.
No winglets on that baby. Yeah, that's a Delta aircraft. That's a charter flight coming in. Delta Flight 8963 from San Francisco. It's either a ferry flight or a charter flight.
So that's and Delta 2437, you should be with me here.
2437,
Thanks, Delta 2485, monitor tower.
See who the Twins are playing. It could be a sports team they brought in. Delta does do a lot of charters for the professional major league teams here in the Twin Cities and all over the country. They do fly the Minnesota Vikings around. They fly the Minnesota Twins around.
2145, runway 17.
Heads up, we got an X red tail coming in from Mexico City.
Gonna get that red tail salute up there. And also fly the Minnesota Timberwolves.
So 2145, Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Right, Alpha Charlie, hold short 12 right.
There it is.
All right, it's time for salute.
8963 as far into your gate as you can. Block the road if you need to. 5 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 out, Charlie, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Alright, we'll cross the 12 right on Charlie, join Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2045.
605 before you turn, what's your gate?
Yeah, we're going to, where are we going? Golf 11.
Right on 4, hold short of Bravo, thanks.
4 short of Bravo, Delta 2437.
Ground Delta 1991, ready to take Victor.
1991, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa cross runway 4.
Victor 12 left, via Papa Cross 4, Delta 1991.
Super Tug 4, traffic going into Gulf 11, don't block their gates, push as approved.
Don't block that gate, Alex, with the Super Tug.
Tug 4, I need you to acknowledge you won't block Gulf 11.
Here we've got a Delta Airbus A220 coming in from Chicago O'Hare.
429 Minneapolis Tower, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
That's a relatively new aircraft to the Delta fleet, the A220
Delta
series.
2954, Memphis ground, push approved, runway 12 left,
They
49
bought
to
a lot of
taxi.
them. Fits right in with the Airbus fleet that Delta is heavy on.
Now, we'll just wait till they leave.
220, the 319, the 320, the 330, 300, the 330, 900, and of course, the flagship, the Airbus
942 Minneapolis Tower, wind
350.
21015, gust 23, runway 12
Salute time, John. We got an ex-Northwest A320 on its way to runway 17 for departure.
There you go. There it is.
Contact ground point 9, happy 4th, good day, Delta 31.
It's off to Calgary.
Ground Delta 31.
1306 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha
We haven't seen that de Havilland leave again, have we?
No, I have not seen them either.
Delta 2167 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, clear land, wind 21013, gust 23.
Looks like we got an Airbus A321
Tug 4,
Delta
tow
Flight
via Alpha
2145
Delta Quebec.
taxiing right by us here at MSP Live, heading out to San Diego.
Delta 2485, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Very common sight to see here in the Twin Cities now is the A321. I know a lot of you hear us mention the A321 NEO. The NEO, N-E-O, stands for the next engine option.
Or new engine option. So it's basically a re-engined airframe with avionics updates. It's the next generation of that aircraft.
Right.
They are sneaky quiet, especially the 330-900 Neos. I call that aircraft the silent giant because by the time you hear the roar, it's like right there in front of you.
It's the quietest plane in the sky right now, I think. They go over my house 10 miles off 12 right here. I can barely hear.
Sneaky. Super sneaky.
91 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 6 mile final, you ready to go?
Delta 1306, we'll stay with this frequency, correct?
Delta 1306, that's just fine.
1991 Minneapolis Tower, traffic down 5 mile final, you ready to go?
Swoop 73, tug and tow right to left on Delta.
Bravo to the gate behind swoop, Delta 2437.
That's good water. Well water.
2107 Memphis ground, the meter push approved, runway 17.9 to taxi.
Check that chat room, see what's
Okay, we had a little hydration break there, folks.
South 1306, approved as requested. What is it?
Already filled. Up the papers.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. It's blown on the top of that.
All right. Continue on Quebec for Delta 1306. Ground point 9, good day.
That's over ground. Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Runway heading, runway 17, South Delta 2485, turn right heading 215, contact departure, good day.
Alpha Delta to the gate, Delta 942.
I see Swoop is back on the taxi over there. I knew they wouldn't be around for too long. They're probably heading over to the other side of the airport for their next departure after they clear customs.
Pull further forward, clear Delta, please, thanks.
Speaking of customs here in the Twin Cities, Alex, it can get to be a very, very busy place around
turn in,
between,
or
like
are you not able to?
1 p.m., 3 p.m., noon.
What's over there?
You can have 5 wide bodies on the ground here at the same time, and sometimes you can get maybe 4. You can get 1,000 people in customs at one time, and I've seen that before, and it is packed. So those of you that have the expedited.
Yep, so if you have your passport, if you have TSA pre-check, all that stuff
That
really
helps.
helps.
Right.
Yeah, remember
Some people even use the facial recognition clear as a security screening.
That helps too.
167 Roger, contact ground point 9, good day.
Personally, I've actually found the pre-check lines to be faster on average.
145,
super fast.
Right heading 215,
Real
contact
fast.
departure, good day.
I've never had to wait longer than 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes to go through security. It's nice.
So I got a fun story about clear versus TSA pre-check. So a close friend of mine went with him on a mileage run, and we got out during one of our long layovers in Vegas during our trip. And when we had to head back to the airport, we had to go back through security, right? So he had clear, and I had TSA pre-check. I beat him by 5 minutes.
I believe that. Mileage run. People still do mileage runs?
Well, probably not as much anymore because airlines are trying to quickly close those.
They're going more by how much money you spend. Now, for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, a mileage run, when I was flying at Northwest Airlines, we used to have those all the time. I had a gentleman do a mileage run to fly all the way to Tokyo, get off the plane, turn right around and fly all the way back to Minneapolis, St. Paul. The reason they did that is to keep their status for their gold, their platinum, their silver. Mainly it's the gold and platinum people. So back in the day, as we like to say, they would give you your reward by how many miles you flew, not how much money you spent. So it happened more towards the end of the year, around December. And we'd see a lot of people do that to rack those miles up to get over that golden 100,000 mile mark or whatever mile mark they needed, and then that would keep them at their status.
Because those different status tiers, they have a multitude of different benefits for the traveler, such as free check bags. The list goes on.
Sky Club access.
You're
huge.
exactly right.
Yeah, that's the big one they want to keep.
2954 there. Let's go
upgrades,
left turn, join hotel.
Things like
People
that.
have gotten so savvy as well too, with just figuring out how the game is played with points and miles, that now the airlines are starting to hit back a little bit.
Oh yes.
Part of it's because there's so many people that have status, these lounges are just overcrowded.
They are.
Especially the Sky Clubs.
We've all seen that on the news, the long lines. And,
right around D6.
They're working their way around that for sure, on both ends.
Got a fun comment that we'd like to bring up here.
Okay, great.
Rick S., one of our members, why don't the jets do barrel rolls on takeoff?
Who needs to go back to the gate?
They're painted the wrong color. They need to be military green to do that.
Or that Air Force gray.
Yeah, that's true.
the aircraft on Charlie 10.
I just heard the controller talk about aircraft at Charlie 10. Did you hear that, Alex?
Yep.
Isn't that where we had our
244, Roger.
engine fire a couple days ago? He was at Charlie 10 going to Portland. Remember that?
I believe so,
What's
yeah.
going on at that gate?
21, Minneapolis.
They put it out rather quick, whatever it was,
Yeah,
so I
they
don't know if it was just some
Probably a
buildup in the engine that
fuel
was
burn
yeah.
off, probably.
2 protect, 3 push approved. So the 2107, 2117.
So we're going to take a look at our weather radar, not for the purposes of any rain lingering in the area, but just you can see here, we want to give you an indication as to what kind of conditions we're under here today, especially with the heat, as we've already mentioned. That orange there, that's the heat advisory that's in effect for much of the Twin Cities metro area. And that small pin in the center of the frame, that's where we're at Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, right in the middle of that heat advisory.
Don't we know it?
Oh my gosh. Just ask the people that are up in the Duluth area right now. They are under a extreme heat warning.
They're definitely not used to that heat up there.
Yeah, I know back towards the end of last month, we had a Sunday where we actually had to cancel a show that we would have otherwise done out here at the viewing area, but that was because we had that extreme heat warning that day.
I believe it was
Heat index soared beyond 100 degrees.
106, I think it hit.
Just
Heat
give
index,
room for the
feel
other
like
one to pull out. So
and
let
the
them
dew
turn out in
point,
front of you.
I believe, Alex, was 75, which is oppressive. There's
Ah,
tropical,
yuck.
and then there's oppressive.
Super 3 Toby Alpha.
Yeah, that was a bad one. Saturday was the same way.
When it comes to weather, we just pretty much get about everything up here in Minnesota.
True, we do.
Apparently that Delta jet got spot underneath them, I think, at D6, if you can take a look at that for me.
Ooh,
We haven't had the raining frogs yet, have we?
no.
Okay, good. We've had the raining June bugs.
Yeah, the attack of the June bugs.
That's right.
49. 16, taxi your gate as you need. I have one guy 3 mile final, about 2.5 now, so after heat lamps I can get you on the runway.
Here we go. We're going to take a look at F gates. Concourse F.
1306, they spot out on the runway over there, so it's going to be a minute before they can get to you.
Sounds like they got a little FOD, F-O-D. We refer to FOD. Alex mentioned that earlier. That's a common term in the aviation industry here, especially for pilots and ground operators, ground personnel. FOD is foreign object damage is really what they say, I believe is the correct term.
Foreign object debris.
Debris, that's what it is.
Yep.
Okay. Damage is when it actually hits the plane and damages it,
Yes.
which has happened.
I am not surprised to hear that there is a report of FOD, foreign object debris, on frequency, especially because
The wind.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
been blowing pretty fierce
Yeah.
throughout much of the day today, which has been a good thing.
There's that gray heron again out there, Alex. See him? At about 11 o'clock.
We'll get the arrival for Jazz Aviation for Air Canada first.
Oh, it's got the maple leaf on the tail.
Up 49, good proceed on runway 12 left at Papa 8.
Yep, coming in from Toronto.
The
The red maple leaf, Air Canada Express.
Possible FOD.
Flight 721 from Toronto. Bird's gone.
Got 721.
There's another look at our windsock. Oh yeah, it's still blowing quite rather much.
14 knots. Gusting to 18. Temperature's dropped though, 88 degrees now, so it's dropped a couple degrees as it gets later in the day.
Papa, what's your gate?
It sure has.
49, Roger. And on the regular, they have maybe spot under the aircraft near Delta 6 as well. Okay, 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. I don't know, back into the 30 right de-ice pad. How's that sound? Scout 3816.
2392, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, winds 200 at 14, gust 24.
We've got a good view of the
Land,
roadway
13 right,
over here
Delta
too that
2392.
goes just past Terminal 2.
Hour 126.7.
See lots of catering trucks going back and forth over there, taking the catering supplies to the international flights and to the domestic flights. Sky Chef, I believe, is caters here.
All right, well, we have a brief pause in the action. We're going to step aside and get a word from one of our sponsors. We'll be back here after the short break. You're watching live plane spotting in our 4th of July special on MSP Airport Live.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our number one goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first model checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.
Ground Delta 2392 on Alpha going to Fox 11.
2392, maps contact via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta, Delta 2392.
Twenty-nine 31, you'll see traffic ahead and to your left on Alpha. There are no factor. Monitor tower 126.7.
267, Delta 2931, happy 40.
Yes, 3816, roger, see ya. The 2809 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
Skiing, cross runway 4.
Alright, to Charlie, cross 12 right, and that's Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2931.
Minneapolis ground meter reposition as requested vehicle back.
Flight 107, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff, fly runway heading Delta 2107.
25 monitor tower 123, Boeing 67.
Gust 851, Minneapolis Tower, winds 21011, gust 24, runway 12 left, clear to land. 851, do you know which gate you're going to by chance? Roger. .2931, runway 17, line up away, traffic going across downfield. Sun 85, Minneapolis Tower, 203, cross runway 17, join Lima, cross runway 4. To 2931, runway 17, line up away, traffic's crossing downfield.
Runway 17, line up and wait, Delta 2931.
Delta 107, turn right heading 215, contact departure, good day.
Heading 215, departure, good day, Delta 2107.
.2931, fly runway heading now, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff, runway heading, Delta 2931. Ground up to 2809, ready to taxi, information Victor.
Delta 2809, runway 12 left, taxi via Bravo, Delta, Papa, cross runway 4.
12 left, Bravo, Delta, Papa, cross runway 4, Delta 2809.
Minneapolis Tower 6346, visual 1 to right. Over 346, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, winds 20013, gust 21. 1 to right, clear to land, 6346.
Tower, Sun Country 920, inbound, visual 1 to right.
Secondary 920, Minneapolis Tower, winds 21013, gust 22, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 1 to right, Sun Country 920.
2313, Minneapolis Tower, winds 21015, gust 22, runway 12 left, clear line. 2809, contact departure, good day.
Okay, 2467, contact ground point 8 to taxi.
1242, Minneapolis Tower, winds 20013, gust 22, runway 12 right, clear land. Right, cleared land, Delta 1242. Secondary 920, taxi Whiskey Delta, monitor ground point 9, good day.
Delta, point 9.
Welcome back, everybody, to the live plane spotting here at MSP Airport Live. We had to take a brief water break, also just to kind of make sure that we're pacing ourselves here today, given the heat advisory that is in full effect across our metro area. And just to further illustrate that point, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys our look on the weather radar, which shows warnings, advisories, and everything else. You can see all of that orange for all the counties kind of surrounding the metropolitan area of Minneapolis and St. Paul here in the Twin Cities. It's hot. We have that heat advisory in place, so we really kind of got to watch ourselves. So that's why we took a intermission that was noticeably longer than normal. Sometimes we don't even do an intermission.
True.
And of course, there was enough of a break in the action that we could take that intermission and get ourselves some more hydration, maybe rest up a little bit more here for what the evening will bring.
And Alex, that could be attributed to, like I was saying earlier in the broadcast, that could be attributed to the airline pulling the schedule down for the holiday. Probably had a lot to do with it, because we haven't seen a downtime like that in a long time.
Yeah, that is certainly atypical for an MSP evening, but also I'm not surprised at the same time, too, because it's typically how it is on holidays. Like, I know the Labor Day, I think that there's also a reduced schedule for Delta. I know that.
Also want to thank one of our live viewers here and the MSP Airport live aircraft viewing area in the parking lot. A gentleman was kind enough to come over and bring me and Alex some frozen treats.
Yeah.
So that was nice. Brought us a couple of grape Johnny Pops made right here in Minnesota.
Of course.
Those were very refreshing. Thank you. We missed his name, but he just came over and delivered them to us, so that was great.
Also want to give a big shout out to our co-host RJ Bean, taking the day off for some relaxation and recovery after her 5K this morning.
Here we've got an Airbus A319 coming in on final approach from Vancouver. That's an original Northwest Airlines aircraft, I believe.
And of Of course, you'd be correct.
Turn left, contact ground point 9 today.
That's ground point 9, Delta 1242.
I feel a lot better after that rest, Alex. I brought some chairs for us to sit down here, so that's been a nice break, and the cold treat helped too.
I'll tell you what, I will second that. That break was very nice.
Delta 1242, maps contact by Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec to the gate.
John, you came prepared today. Bringing us all the amenities out here behind the camera just for the hydration and everything. And so thank you for coming out here and helping me out and, you know, being a part of our broadcast here tonight. And I know it's not necessarily the start that we wanted, you know, just kind of referencing our interesting situation from earlier that kind of prevented us from going live just with power and devices not working. But we always find a way here at MSP Airport Live, and I think that it shows.
Delta 1242, you can cut the corner.
That's corner, Delta 1242.
You're welcome on the hydration. How do you like that well water I got at my house?
It was pretty good, actually.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
And we'll have a minute here. I'll actually go get some more.
Go for it.
So during the break, you and I had a very interesting conversation, kind of fill our viewers in as to what that was in particular, just during your time as a flight attendant.
Refresh my memory. Just my whole time as a flight attendant, you mean? Or was it something specific?
Something specific. It just eluded me.
It's the heat. See? We're getting stir crazy out here.
Oh, by the end of the night, we're going to start hallucinating.
Maybe it was when I went over to Toulouse, France to pick up the Airbus.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes.
That's what it was? Yes. Yes, that was interesting. I had the opportunity to fly over to France and pick up an Airbus A320 right from the factory. I knew the director of flying, and a buddy of mine went with me. And he worked at Northwest also. So we got to tour the factory and bring back ship 3260. They bring those, fly those back brand new, of course, right from the factory. Give us a big salute, cater the aircraft with a bunch of great food, and then make a fuel stop in Prestwick.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you got to make one fuel stop on that to get here on the 320.
Was that your only delivery flight that you've been on throughout your career?
No, it's funny you said that. It's not.
Wow.
I did a Boeing delivery also. I went out to Boeing Field and picked up the 757-200. I believe that was ship 5660 or 5656. So that was interesting. I got to see how both operations worked at Airbus and at Boeing. So that was really fun. Of course, that was a non-stop flight back from Seattle Field to MSP. And then the director of flying was flying the aircraft at the time. And there was an instructor in there, and they bring two mechanics also. And we did a touch and go in Billings, Montana. The airport was clear, and came in and did a quick touch and go. Where you come in on people that don't know what that is. You bring the aircraft down right to the runway, have the wheels actually touch the runway, and then take off right again and keep on going. That's called a touch and go. A little different than a go around. You don't see the touch and goes happen too often. They will usually do those in training.
Well, if you hear the word touch and go around here, it usually refers to one of our pop-up broadcasts.
Right.
By the way, they're
good aviation term.
Well,
explain what that is, Alex, the pop-up, the touch and go broadcast.
So they're broadcasts that are not typically on the schedule, or they're just are really, really short shows.
And are they live?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yep.
So a quickie.
Yeah, it's a pretty brief show. It's a lot less information on the screen. It's a little bit more
Just to
basic.
get enough
Yep.
in for our fans to
Alpha Charlie, short of 12
get a
right.
fix.
Yeah, because the live graphics on the screen and everything here, that takes time to set up. And the whole
does.
reason why we have a different graphics package for Touch and Go. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do this here real quick to give you guys an idea of that graphics package. And so these images are all going to be live. All right, you guys ready? So these are the graphics for our full shows. They have the live plugins with all the live information that takes some time to set up. This is what our Touch and Go broadcasts look like.
Look at that.
Yep.
2749, monitor tower, 26.7.
Yes, there's not
As
really
much
anything to set up.
information on there,
The
right.
whole goal of Touch and Go is speed. Setup time is meant to be relatively quick, pretty basic. Graphics simple. Everything just needs to be quick and simple to set up, pop up, do a live broadcast for you, and then
You can see
wait
the
until
little
next
touch
time.
and go
Yep.
icon in the upper
yes, you
right-hand
can.
corner
Yep.
there.
MSP Airport Live Touch and Go in the upper right. Yep.
Distinguishes it from the MSP Live full broadcast. Okay. Good to know. Good information.
2749, Minneapolis tower at Charlie, cross runway 12
Wow,
right.
the wind just picked up again big time, didn't it?
Charlie, cross 12 right.
Oh,
Charlie,
lovely.
cross
Yeah.
4,
Big
Delta
time.
749.
Wow. It almost blew your glass of water right off the table, Alex.
Well, it's going into a secure lunchbox where it will not blow
No.
away.
We don't need any water on the equipment, that's for sure.
Well, if we got water on the laptop, this ThinkPad, it's not the first time it's gotten wet. There was one time where it got heavily soaked and it still worked.
That's nice.
Super 4, Minneapolis ground, where are you at?
Yes, we had to switch back over to our old system, and we had to kind of revamp that
Super 4, push
because my new laptop that I wanted to run the broadcast on with a more powerful processor, graphics card, everything else, it just got too hot out here in the summer heat.
98, Minneapolis
Now, in the wintertime, I want my better laptop out here because that thing generates quite a bit of heat, which, if you're out in 14-degree weather,
2846.
you want the heat.
Alex, I just got my own shout out from RJ. Thank you, RJ. Appreciate that.
All right, John, we got another salute.
Bingo.
49 south from the right will follow you.
Bus 8320. Let's take a peek at that, see where that's off to today. That's going to be going off to Austin, Texas. Delta
All right, we
Flight
can clear the salute here as we're going to jump to show a different aircraft. We'll let the 320 pass on its way to runway 17. We got a Boeing 717 that is now crossing runway 12 right. We'll join Whiskey. Now, some of the Delta 717s that we see flying in and out of here, you would never know it just at first glance, but they actually have TWA Trans World Airlines lineage.
5530, monitor ground.
In fact, they're some of the
0.8, I'll let her
oldest, some of the older 717s currently flying.
Before proceed, Alpha Charlie, hold short 12 right.
This particular one looks like it's from AirTran.
Yep. Also, another interesting feature about the 717 is you see that extra window kind of above the main row of cockpit windows.
Yes.
So that top window when the aircraft is turning, that's actually used for visual navigation of the aircraft. Now, of course, with modern avionics, that eyebrow window, as it's called, there's no real need for that anymore. But it's just something that's there if you look close enough. If the aircraft still has it, that's still flying around. That's from a different era of aviation that's kind of stuck around. You know, it's those little things about aircraft, those bits of character that I think really just kind of make, an otherwise bland-looking airplane stand out a little bit.
Right. Makes it interesting.
Not that the Delta livery looks bad. It just, it's pretty basic. And, when you're out here spotting for several hours a day, multiple times a week as we are, that gets a little bit long in the tooth. people that live around Charlotte or Dallas with American Airlines can attest to having to see the gray jets of American Airlines all the time. And I wish we got more
colorful.
Yep.
Yes. Looks like a 321 landing over there from Boston today, Delta 1098. There's that windsock sticking straight out again. Still 14 knots, 88 degrees.
846, runway 17, line up away.
But the sun's gone behind a cloud a little bit, Alex. We're getting a little break on the little bit break.
4 miles to ground, 0.9.
We got an Airbus getting towed here by a super tug.
At 98, contact ground, 0.8. Good day. On 2692, around 17, taxi
They've got those super tugs like that now, where they tow them like that, and they just hook that tug right up to the nose wheel. This alleviates a mechanic, two mechanics having to be in the cockpit with the engines running, burning fuel, taxiing the aircraft over to the hangar.
2733,
that saves on personnel, and it also saves on fuel. But as you can see, if you were looking close at that, the beacon is still on. Anytime that aircraft is getting ready to push from the gate, or anytime it's out on an active runway or taxiway, even if there's nobody in the cockpit getting towed by that super tug, that red rotating beacon has to be on.
Heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And it looks like Iceland Air is pushing out of Terminal 2 right now.
So that's another thing that we'll have tonight, folks. We'll have Iceland Air departing, and we're looking for a runway 12 right departure.
.692, Minneapolis Tower, Delta, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Delta, cross 12 right, join Whiskey, cross 4, Delta 2692.
Delta 2749, turn right heading 215, and contact departure. Good day.
We'll see if they're on time. I think they're pushing pretty much right on time.
All aircraft has this weather information. Connect 345 Central, valid for Upper Midwest. More information at all. Flight source free.
They're pretty much on schedule. Well, we hope you're enjoying the show today, ladies and gentlemen, even though, like I said, the schedules are pulled back quite a bit on holidays. That's pretty typical on Christmas Day, New Year's Day, 4th of July, the big holidays. They could pull the schedule back as much as 20%.
Which is also why we probably don't broadcast on special days too often, just because of that basic fact. And I think, Johnny, you bring up a really good point that we're going to do it because today is a fantastic day despite the heat advisory and everything else. We just want to, again, if we haven't said it before, happy 4th of July, happy Independence Day. Looking for a real stellar end of our show here tonight.
3 Central, 5 Central, 4 Central.
From the aviation mecca of Minnesota. The MSP International Airport.
There's the Airbus A220 taxiing right in front of us. The 100, the smaller version of the 220 series. That's flight 2692 heading off to New York City's JFK Airport.
.692. I've got VFR traffic going over the airport at 5,000. Would you be interested in 12 right departure?
Say yes. Say yes. Say yes.
Alex thinks he's talking to air traffic control in the tower right now. I love it.
No, we'll wait for 17 Delta 20.
Oh!
92, Roger.
They disappointed you, didn't they?
Well, I was expecting that regardless because, hey, it's kind of a hassle to have to go into your trip computer and change stuff. I mean, yeah, it's easier than it was before.
2245 Minneapolis Tower, only 12 off clear land.
But it still worked that
11, gust 20.
if you really don't need to do it, don't do it.
Yeah, right. It's all about logistics, right? We're not going to influence them, that's for sure. We can hope, though. We can hope. Mike Stellick from La Crosse, Wisconsin, checking in, saying hello. Hi, Mike. Hope you're enjoying the show tonight.
Also, happy 4th. Snowjet SST, thanks for tuning in. Happy 4th. Drove by there a few hours ago. Hope you're staying hydrated. Yes.
Turn left heading 120.
We are doing our best to stay hydrated. Daniel, one of our awesome members, says, hello, crew. Happy 4th. Well, happy 4th to you.
Whiskey Carmen, still simmer 2986. 986.
We got to pull this up here, RJB, and it's taking Micah's spot usually as our moderator in charge. And doing a good job, John.
Thanks, RJ. That's nice. Appreciate that.
And you're welcome for the shout out, RJ.
How'd you do in the 5K today?
Mike Cross, 12 right, whiskey, November 6530. Plan 32 Minneapolis, meter push through, runway 17.
656, request taxi.
Islander 656, runway 12 right.
All right, here we go. Islander 656 has now requested taxi.
Runway 4, 12 right, 656.
Yeah, we're going to get 12 right for Islander.
Great.
Still 1098, no problem, thank you.
And that's why you listen to ground and tower at the same time.
1356, minutes meter, mile ground 0.8.
Is that a salute? Is that an Airbus I see?
Yep, that's a
landed over
salute.
There? That's what I thought. Far away, but I got it.
All right, and the salute is off.
Just JFK. That's coming in from JFK, and JFK is just leaving also.
This is a Endeavor flight off to Richmond, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
2245, turn right, contact ground point 9.
I got to get out there and visit my uncle. Now I know what time the flight leaves. 8 o'clock.
Oh, there you go.
5253 minutes meter, mile ground 0.8.
You know, a lot of these flights that Delta serves to these cities, they either leave super early in the morning or late at night.
Yep.
Till 2692, climb via the SID, except maintain 7000 and contact departure. Good day.
Iceland Air didn't take any time getting out of the gate and getting rolling.
So the phrase that you just heard on frequency, climb via the SID, or SID, stands for Standard Instrument Departure. It's a series of program waypoints and altitudes, also airspeeds, sort of highway lanes in the sky that aircraft follow, depending on which flight plan that they've filed. There's many different lanes that you can pick when you file your flight plan. So the controller was basically telling the aircraft, hey, follow the path that you filed for. Contact the departure controller. It'll navigate you out of airspace. So the tower controllers deal with the metering.
That's great information, Alex.
Yep, ground, and then tower with operations at the airport. Minneapolis Center.
5530, Minneapolis Tower, turn left.
So the arrival and the departure airspace controllers, they're actually off-site. They're not even here at MSP Airport. I think they're at a location in Eagan, Minnesota, just across the river if memory serves. Although don't quote me on that.
To confirm it, we are clear to cross 04. Islander 656, cross runway 4 on whiskey. 4
And here comes Iceland Air taxiing down. Going to go right in front of us. We're so fortunate to have this viewing area right here and get up close with all of these international carriers that come into Minneapolis St. Paul International KLM
Minneapolis,
ice
you're
thing
around.
there.
Your push is approved. Expect 1-7 if you can do it, or as I get you 12 right.
Discover.
Up the 29 Minneapolis meter, monitor ground on 0.8 with whiskey.
I'm getting used to that new livery.
There's
kinda like
quite
it
a
now.
few people that actually don't prefer it.
I know. I think I like it now. It takes me a while to get used to things. Once you see it often
There,
enough.
49 time
it's
F
like,
meter, monitor ground 0.8 with whiskey.
I think also seeing it in person makes a big difference because
The
a lot of
colors really
people
pop.
exactly,
Yeah.
and especially a perfect example of this would be Condor's beach towel livery.
Totally.
Yep.
It's so true. Seeing it in pictures or in an aviation magazine,
My eyes hurt.
Cross my 1-2 right and turn
yeah,
on whiskey.
you look at it and go, boy, that's the weirdest I've ever seen. But when you see it in person, you go, I kind of like that. It almost has a personality to it.
Charlie, hold short on my 1-2 right.
What was your favorite color?
Oh, without question, the blue.
The blue, yeah.
Without
that's a good one.
question, the blue.
Blue's a good one.
Delta 1098.
The blue was the best for Condor.
The alley companies
Yeah, I
up
might have
on
In
to
it.
my
throw
opinion,
it
it
down.
still is. I just love that blue
Okay,
color.
left Charlie 6 into the alley, Delta 1098.
The yellow is also kind of fun too.
Mm-hmm.
Roger, Rebel, from my 1-2 right, quit a
It's
left.
more of a darker yellow, so sometimes, depending on who it is,
What's your gate
Almost
today?
like a gold.
or an orange.
Yeah.
Okay, it is Fox 10, Delta 914.
Looks like a prison jumpsuit. If you get it in just the right light.
Turn left side 100 from my 1-2 right, quit for takeoff.
No, but the blue and the yellow, I think,
you've
are.
heard.
Yeah. Okay, it is not orange. It is yellow. So if it's yellow and you're seeing orange, if you haven't gotten your vision checked, go see an optometrist.
Just to be clear, Alex has never been in a prison jumpsuit.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty sure on that one.
This is off to New York LaGuardia. It's the 737-900ER for Delta. This aircraft is in command of Flight 2733.
We just got a message here in the chat room, Alex, from Fly with Falco. I've been watching you for a while now, and I gotta say,
There we go. Here's Iceland Air.
There we go. Okay, I'll come back to this.
There's 3541 Minneapolis Tower, fighting of 120 from a 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Another long roll.
Minneapolis Tower, make the right turn on Alpha, cross runway 4, hold short runway 12 right at Alpha 8.
Anyways, I was
All right.
saying they've never seen an
Okay,
instant
right down
replay in
Alpha,
planes.
cross runway
Thought
4.
it's so cool, so they like the instant replay.
Well, you're welcome. We would have had it working today, just we had to reintegrate all of our new updates with the old system, and some stuff did not translate that we were hoping to, and the instant replay was one of those things. So when we come back to it, we're going to look to have that all in hand. But yeah, kudos to you for watching our broadcast. Thank you so much for your viewership and checking everything out, especially with the instant replays. We love getting those working on
Check
days.
this
when-
out, Alex.
All
Looks
right.
like we got a 767-300ER coming in here on final from LAX. Look at that. Haven't seen one of those all day.
Off 2733, turn left in
Look at
120
those giant
runway
winglets on
17,
there.
clear for takeoff.
Beautiful. Delta Flight 914 from Los
2932
Angeles on a
Minneapolis Tower, at Alpha 8, cross my 1 right, and clear
R.
That's Alpha 8, cross 12 right, continue on way to Delta 2932.
Short flight today, only
1.8.
2 hours and 48 minutes to get her from Los Angeles. That's pretty good.
So that flight, I think, was originally scheduled with the 757-300, which actually has a few more seats than the 767-300ER. So
That's right. They must have an equipment sub today. That's true, Alex. That's right.
That's fun.
Yeah, it is fun. Exciting to see that.
914 Heavy, taxi Alpha to the gates and monitor ground point center.
Alpha to the gate, monitor
I
ground.
think Delta's taking that to Honolulu these days in the morning.
1484 Heavy, monitor.
It's been a long time since we've done a morning broadcast. I am not a morning person.
And that's the reason why.
Hey, Roger, your radar contact 6 miles north of Minneapolis Airport, clear the Bravo airspace as requested, altimeter is 2987.
I think the earliest AM broadcast that we ever did this year was for the Antonov 124 departure. Now that I will gladly
Mike Cross 12 right, turn right. I'm with
move
you.
out of my way to make happen. In getting up super early to try and catch. So there's 1484 Heavy off to Motown, that's Detroit, Michigan. And this A321 is off to Raleigh-Durham in North Carolina. Now, typically the flights to Raleigh-Durham have been with the A220s, A320, or even the A319, but the A321 certainly suggests that there is a little bit of an uptick in service, I think so.
Seem to be building up both Charleston and Raleigh-Durham.
Charlie, right turn on Whiskey, cross 184, Delta 1484.
So the flights to Detroit, they fly relatively on the lighter side.
For the late departure.
Look at that.
2733, contact departure, good day.
Love the side-on view of the Airbus A350. This is my favorite Airbus aircraft ever made. Good to know that this giant will be ruling the skies for a long time to come. Long live the A350.
The wind is 20011, gust
This particular model is the 7th Airbus A350 that Delta purchased. That'd be ship number 3507.
1484 Heavy at Mike, give way to a pair of CRJs.
Mike, give way to a couple of 2 RJs, Delta 1484.
And John, they're going to be coming this way on Taxiway Whiskey. I think they're headed to 17 for departure here tonight because they are incredibly light.
Okay.
2932, turn left hand.
Yeah, the load factor between here and Detroit is not impressive in the slightest, but it's not meant to be, and certainly Delta is not aiming for this particular flight, even though it's scheduled to be profitable. They just need to keep these jets in the air, and if they can recoup some of the cost or the expenses compared to just having them sit on the ground, they are going to gladly do that. And of course, because MSP Airport is so hard-pressed for gate space, even the wide-body gates at Concourse G, to kind of point that out. So these aircraft kind of need to be a domestic service, continuing to cycle between Delta's hubs and their connecting points.
And I think it's also a positioning, Alex, for an international flight tomorrow out of Detroit. I'm sure that's why it's going over there. That'll be going to Incheon, Seoul, or Tokyo. And they take it to Europe also.
Yes, they do.
Great, Roger. Radar services terminate. Please change approved.
Nice slow taxi.
Traffic to the north. 3886, contact departure. Good day.
So this aircraft is departing Minneapolis-St. Paul here tonight on a domestic service. And in the morning, it will be turned around to go to Shanghai.
There you go.
So it'll be off to China tomorrow, out of Detroit. So this revenue service is to get it in position at DTW, the hub where it will be departing for its destination. The aircraft will then fly back to Detroit after arriving at Shanghai. So it's going to go out tonight to Detroit, tomorrow morning go out to Shanghai, the return back to Detroit, and then back here to Minneapolis. So our next outlook over the course of 2 days for this aircraft, according to what's on the schedule.
1356, flight on my engine, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
What a beast.
4969, runway 17, line up and wait.
Beautiful airplane.
Delta 2932, contact departure, good day.
And also, check out those winglets.
curve, that big,
Yeah, look at the profile of that wing, especially those winglets. They have the best looking wing tips in the business.
right,
Those are
almost
the
like a
A350.
ribbon curve on it.
Super sleek, super stylish. They look great in model form, and of course, nothing beats the real thing. Yeah, so they're going over to 17 for departure. Now, if they mosey their way on over here to 12 right, which probably is not going to happen. Oh, I would like that a lot.
That would be nice.
4969, telephone of 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, it's always fun to look on flight radar when you're tracking an aircraft to see, like, okay, where's this airplane going to be going tomorrow and maybe the next day. And
That's nice. Yeah, I think you can go like 7 days worth for free.
this Delta 717 is off to Charlotte, flight 2929, that is making its way towards runway 17. It'll be departing off of the north-south runway on the west side of the airport, as runway 1735 is also nicknamed north-south. It's not directly a north-south heading, but looks like we got a SkyWest Embraer on the move.
Flying cross runway 12 right, 1 Whiskey, SkyWest 9915.
This is headed to Memphis.
2008, gust 19, runway 12 right, clear to land. 4800, clip, 5253, flight on my head, runway 17, clip for takeoff. 1484 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, line up and wait.
Line up and wait for 17 for Delta 1484 heavy.
Super 5 on the ground on point 9.
Point 9.
849, give way to the 73 ahead left off the gate, please.
Looks like they're all kind of heading over to 17 tonight.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it.
Yep.
To pull off. 3792, it's left a kilo 8 and hold short a kilo.
Yep.
That's fine.
Next
217,
four heading over
taxi
there.
by Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Direct clear to land, SkyWest 3799.
1484 heavy, turn left hand 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 120, clear for takeoff, Delta 1484.
They just
Number
got cleared to
49,
take
59,
off.
contact
Well,
departure.
that'll be behind us.
The 2929, caution light turbines, runway 17, line up and wait.
Runway 17 here, though, and they take off, they go pretty much right over the Mall of America. That's another good place to watch planes take off and land, is outside. There's a couple restaurants right next door.
Delta 2961, monitor tower
And
126.7.
you can sit outside there and have a cold beverage and watch the planes take off and land right there.
Delta 19, runway
Just
17,
want
taxi
to
by
pull
Charlie
up this
5,
super
Charlie,
chat
hold
here
short,
now
runway
while I have a
12 right.
moment to kind of step down off the ladder and say thank you to Fly with Falco. Been watching y'all for a while now, and I got to say, glad I found this channel. Well, thank you for sticking with us. Never seen an instant replay in plane spotting. So cool.
It is cool.
Well, I'm glad you guys like it.
Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross me 12 right and tread on whiskey.
Cover right at Mike and turn right on Whiskey, Delta 2614.
2961, Minneapolis Tower, make your next left turn there at Delta. At Delta, cross me 12 right, tread on whiskey and cross me 4. Traffic's 3 mile final.
Left turn on Delta, cross 12 right.
Your
right
favorite
turn
plane,
Whiskey, cross
E350,
runway
just
4.
went airborne, Alex, 1484 to
Tower
Detroit.
4800,
On its
turn left,
way.
contact
Yep,
ground
out of
point
view.
9.
Totally out of view.
1484 heavy, contact departure.
1484, thanks, Phil.
While we're waiting in a little lull here, I might just, for the heck of it, check on that de Havilland that was heading up
4800
to
map,
Regina.
contact the Alpha Delta, go
See
back
if
to
we
your
can
gate.
find out if that airplane, whatever happened to that bird. I'm kind of curious, aren't you? A little bit? Let me check that out too.
3191, mount visual 12 right.
So it's 3191 Minneapolis Tower, the wind is 1908, gust 17, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 12 right, 3191.
Delta 2929, flight on my heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 3915, only
Nope,
17,
it's
line up
still
away.
on the ground in
They're 4800, monitor ground point 8.
Minneapolis, so it doesn't look like it's going to be leaving tonight.
20, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
And to the left-hand side of your
31,
screen, we've got an ex-Northwest A330 at the gates, and also a passing ex-Northwest A319 that deserves a salute.
1469, no one on final, runway 12 left, line up and wait.
And we got B's.
Looks like a fly.
That's a B.
Are you sure?
So you got the yellow stripe. Take your glasses off.
Sierra, cross runway 22, kilo to kilo 6, hold short runway
It's a small
17
one,
kilo
though. Not
6.
to worry. I'm not allergic.
Well, neither am I, but I don't really want to get stung.
No, that's a B.
Oh, nice.
3799, left alpha 5, contact ground point 9er.
Left Alpha 5 over ground point 9er, Skywest 3799.
There we go to their ex-Northwest aircraft. We got to do it. Salute.
2929, turn left hand 140 and contact departure, good day.
And we're saluting all the former Northwest equipment because the Twin Cities actually used to be home base for Northwest Airlines, one of the biggest airlines in the world at one point in the 1990s. They reached their peak.
Alpha Delta, Quebec, Skywest 3799.
It's true.
And you were,
Right in the middle of it.
yeah, you were right in the middle of that scene. What were the 90s like for you in particular with Northwest Airlines? What were some of the big highlights
exactly
from that
what
decade?
you said. We were the big powerhouse here. We were flying around 747 400s. We were flying around the 757 200 and 300. You know, we were flying 5 flights a day up to Anchorage, if you can believe that.
Was 3276.
Can you imagine that? 5 nonstops a day to Anchorage. We were taking about 1,500 seats up there. At one point, we were taking the DC-10 up to Anchorage. So the 90s was the heyday for Northwest Airlines here. That is for sure.
Who can't forget that bowling shoe livery as well?
Didn't you say the Brunswick earlier? Someone coined it.
Some crew called it Brunswick.
140 and contact departure, good day.
I was out on
Originally developed in the late 80s for Northwest Airlines
3191, turn right.
by Landor and Associates, a popular design firm. They created airline liveries such as United Airlines Battleship Gray, scheme of the 1990s, which I also find to be
I remember that.
quite attractive. There are a lot of people that just do not like that livery.
The gray and the blue.
Yeah, it's just all dated.
I was
kind
not
of
a
like the
fan of
Northwest Airlines bowling shoe livery
Yeah.
with that serif font, peak 1990s right there.
Yeah.
But it's an ageless classic nonetheless.
It's nostalgia, especially for me.
It is.
2614, turn left hand 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2961, runway 17, line up
I
and wait.
remember Alex flying on 727s painted bright yellow that were Hughes Air West, and in blue letters on the fuselage, it was called Republic West.
Oh, wow.
Yep. It was called, they wanted to get the name on quick. They didn't have enough time to paint the entire aircraft. So they just stripped off the Hughes Air West and put on Republic West.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, isn't that something? Keep them flying.
Yeah, Hughes Air West, that was the original banana bus.
It certainly was.
25, Minneapolis Star traffic in position at kilo 6.
And why those aircraft were painted yellow is a pretty fascinating story, too, as to how that whole trend kicked off. And actually, there was a close call mid-air that the owner of the airline was involved in. And at that point, he's like, yep, we're going to be painting all of our jets yellow because
They can be
we're doing it
seen.
right. Yep, they can be seen. It's brand recognition, but it also serves a safety function, too, especially when you're flying under visual flight rules.
Spirit must have read that same article.
2614, contact departure.
They must have. You can find all that information
3563, contact departure. We'll see you.
online at northwestairlineshistory.org from our friends over at the Northwest Airlines History Center.
That's right.
2961, turn left hand 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Yep, that's located right over here at the Holiday Inn
2918,
at
runway
Apple
17, line up and
Tree
wait.
Square.
Decided to go with a little bit more of a wide-angle look of our Southwest 737 arrival on runway 12 right.
Was 3276, turn right.
Yeah, they're using 17 now, Alex, a lot.
That's okay.
Sun's waning out there to the west. It's behind a cloud. We're going to have a nice sunset again tonight.
3276,
Oh, we have some spectacular sunsets here from MSP Airport. If you guys are new, welcome aboard. Alex Redding, John Joseph. Happy to share all of the live plane spotting with you here today. And well, I'll tell you what, happy 4th.
Yeah, special edition.
Yeah.
4th of July.
Yeah, we will also be back here on Sunday, too. Sunday, it's going to be a lot more hospitable than today. But you know what?
What's that?
I really can't complain about today. Just weather-wise, we've had just a strong breeze. It's really helped keep things manageable. And yeah, we're under a heat advisory, but it felt a lot more brutal on Wednesday when we were out here for a short bit compared to today, even though that today was technically hotter, not just with the actual temperature outside, but also the heat index, too. That wind really made a big difference today, I'll tell you what. If you just ask the pilots that are trying to land the aircraft that we were catching on stream.
Yeah. 3792 will get you going closer. You can make the left turn there at Kilo.
Good practice for him, too.
And then cut to the pad, join Tango, cross runway 4 to Delta. On Delta, hold short runway 1 to right.
Keep their piloting
Charlie, hold short runway 1 to right.
2 right.
3792, yep, it'll be a Tango to Delta. On Delta, hold short runway 1 to right. 2594, Minneapolis Tower, winds 190 at Niner, gust 190, runway 12 right, clear to land.
It's 12 right, clear to land, Delta 2594.
I think April that I've used this system.
Oh, okay.
So we've just had some teething problems that we've had to kind of work through. And then, of course, I had to reset this because for whatever reason it just was not tethering.
2918, contact departure, good day.
Put in the VPN. It worked good. So maybe we should keep using it. Yeah.
I mean, I mean, apart from the VPN, it's been decent. Yeah, I mean, everything's
Good.
For the 2768 Minneapolis meter, Whiskey's current push approved, runway 17.9 to taxi, just off block company out of 14 from turning out of there.
03 at Minneapolis Tower, the one's 190 at Niner, gust 190, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 1303.
Still 2871.
Kush, thank you for tuning in. Happy 4th from Dickeytown.
Your right turn on Alpha, hold short 12 right, Alpha.
Waiting for fireworks in downtown Minneapolis. Also, Steve, I will agree. Delta does need to do a Northwest retro, but there are some corporate politics that will prevent that from happening
don't be looking for that anytime
the
soon.
near future.
Right.
Yes,
that's going to be brought up in the past.
For 5527 Minneapolis meter, push approved, runway 17.9 to taxi.
Just got to give it some time, maybe some more turnover. All right, we got another salute. Next Northwest A320 on its way out to Windsor Locks. I was going to say Boise, but nope.
BDL.
2871 at Alpha 8, cross runway 12 right, and turn on Whiskey.
Okay, at Alpha 8, cross 12 right, right on Whiskey, Delta 2871.
At 1144 Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, turn on Whiskey, and cross runway 4. Alright, at Charlie, cross 12 right, and right on Whiskey, cross runway 4. 2594, keep rolling all the way down to Alpha 3, please. Left turn Alpha 3 and contact ground point niner.
Alpha 3 and Alpha 29.
Also heads up on short final. Arriving from Detroit, Michigan, Delta 1303 with the A350 and 900.
Better known as what, Alex?
Big Sexy.
Attaboy. Big Sexy.
Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Charlie, hold short, 12 right, Delta 1305.
Delta 2683.
A viewer in our chat tonight also had another nickname for it, A3 Fatty. Hey, come on, let's be a little bit nicer towards our 350.
Probably just meaning a heavyweight.
Oh, yes. She is a big bird. Maybe a little bit of crabbing going on there.
Yeah, a little bit. The wind's died down
25,
a little bit. But
683 Roger, then hold the push. I'll get the phone, Charlie.
they're looking good now.
Little
Little wind wobble. It's typical when it's windy. Little crosswind. It's actually fun to see. Those wings are so big. Any slight deviation, they move.
1435 meter push approved, runway 17.9 to taxi. 162 Foxtrot, Minneapolis ground meter, runway 17.
Holy cow! Did you see that landing?
17 Minneapolis Tower. The
I did.
190 at 9er, just 190, probably 1 to left.
Little bouncy bounce.
1 to left, Delta
1303 heavy, keep rolling down Alpha 3, please. Left turn Alpha 3, contact ground point 9er.
It didn't want to land.
That is what we call a grand slam.
43 Minneapolis Tower, crossway turbulence. Previous travel was a heavy Airbus. The wind is 20011, gust 16, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 43.
So 2871, turn left of 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Goodness gracious. Everybody felt that.
That's right.
Everybody felt that.
Kaboom.
Total 162 heavy, let's see, pushes approved, runway 12 right.
Want to bet the pilot who landed that aircraft, whether it was the captain or the first officer, want to bet that they had experience in the Navy as a pilot? That was a carrier landing is what that was.
They might stay
Or reminiscent of.
They might stay up in the cockpit till everybody
And
gets
Delta
out.
162 heavy, sorry, hold the push for me, hold the push. 2768, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, the heavy on Alpha, I'll give way to you.
Runway 17, Alpha Charlie, hold short, 12 right, Delta 2768.
So 1305, just give way to the Sky West, or the Embraer left right at Delta.
With Embraer left and right at Delta 1305.
1305, thanks, monitor tower 126.7.
We used to say back in the day, Alex, when they were coming in, landing, they couldn't quite find the pavement, and they kept floating and floating. Would you like a little root beer with that float?
Oh, yeah. Clever.
So 2683, pushes approved, runway 17.
Lovingly said with nothing but love.
We'll have to start calling it from now on. You've coined it, the root beer float.
Root beer float, there it is.
3792, any look on the gate? .792 on Delta, hold short of Quebec and just monitor ground on point 9er.
Delta 162 heavy, thanks. Now pushback is approved, runway 12 right.
Sounds like Amsterdam might be getting ready to roll here. Pushing back.
62 heavy, getting ready to rock and roll. Its way over to 12 right for departure, where then we'll hear the thunder from those Pratt & Whitney turbofan engines. In the A330, one of the loudest jets that we hear here at MSP Airport. The Pratt & Whitney engine option actually has the highest thrust rating out of all the different engine options for the A330. The different engine options being General Electric's CF680, the Rolls-Royce Trent 700, and then the PW4000 series, the 4000 series from Pratt & Whitney on those aircrafts. Holy buckets, they generate some serious noise. I mean, we're talking like close to 90 decibels from our location.
1817 miles, ground taxi via Papa.
That's a great sound. Is that a salute?
Yes, it is.
There it is.
1435 from my 17 taxi via Charlie 6, cross
320.
runway 4, then via Mike, hold short from my 12 right.
Charlie 6, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short, 12 right, Delta 14.
That's 3692. We are heading back to Charlie 24.
Okay, 3792, Roger, taxi via Quebec.
Taxi via Quebec, that was 3792.
168, Minneapolis Car, Charlie, cross runway 12 right, whiskey, and cross
There's
runway
Delta
4.
162 Heavy pushing back from the gate.
2 right on Charlie, then turn right on Whiskey and clear across runway 4, Delta 2768.
1144, left heading of 140 and contact departure.
Left 140, push departure, Delta 144.
Guys 162, Foxtrot, left heading of 100.
We're also going to get an A321neo that'll come in frame here in just a moment.
1303, heavy rudder.
Presumably, here we go.
Continue holding.
This is off to
And
Los
keep it low,
Angeles. Got another former Northwest Red Tail trailing.
2009, gust 18, runway 12 right for the land.
That flight's headed out to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Got a 3792, that Airbus is waiting for you to go past so they can turn in.
Roger,
Thank you.
We'll get that salute ready.
Been doing good with the salutes, John. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Especially since RJ is not here.
It's my first day on the keyboard, so I'm trying.
No, you're doing, I think, better than most people because, you know, you typically walk up to a laptop with production software and it's just overwhelming for, I guess, most people. But, you know, you're a flight attendant for 40 years, so, I mean, you've had to deal with a lot of different things.
That's true. A lot of technology's coming and going on the aircraft, the computer.
You have to be a quick learner.
Technology, that's true. A lot of our training went on the computer.
All right, our
CBCs.
salute goes away so we can transition to the next arrival on runway 12 right in A321.
Look at that.
Delta 2943, traffic 3 mile, final at Delta, cross my 128, contact ground point 9 on the other side.
Coming in from the world headquarters of Delta from Atlanta.
There's 1303 Heavy off in the distance. That was our A350 arrival from Detroit, Michigan.
It'll be whiskey 3 to whiskey, I'll more for you there.
That was one of the harder A350 landings that I've personally seen
1305, flight on my heading, runway
while
17,
out spotting.
clear to take
Go ahead, 817, clear to take off, that's 1305.
Delta 2044.
1435, make the right turn on Alpha, hold trip runway 13 right at Alpha 8.
Right turn on Alpha and then hold short 12 right at Alpha 8. Delta 46 right.
2768.
There we go. There's the A330 and the A350 in one frame. The backbone of Delta's long-haul services in and out of Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Hold short of runway 12 right.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Kind of rare to see them side by side or right next to each other while they're both moving. Gives you an idea of how the wing angle is on both of them. That's a great shot, Alex.
Yeah, you're welcome. Just noticed that. I'm like, ooh, that'll be a good opportunity to show our folks. So you got an A321 that's outbound to Salt Lake City, traversing taxiway Alpha. Got another arrival coming in on runway 12 right today to 2300 from Houston.
1435 at Alpha 8, cross runway 12 right and turn on whiskey.
Cross 12 right at Alpha 8, right turn on Whiskey, Delta 14 right.
Delta 2768, turn
We
left hand
floated it down there
120.
pretty good, but it looked like a beautiful landing.
One stunning aircraft, too. The A220 is certainly a good looker. And it is comfy as well. It doesn't just have the looks, it also has the
1280, make your next
onboard
right turn
experience to back it up.
7, cross runway 12 right, contact ground point 9 on the other side.
Yeah, a friend of mine just flew on one out to Orange County, and he thought it was
2617, cross
fantastic.
Alpha
He
3,
loved it.
contact ground point 9.
And they're going to stretch the Dash 300 variant. They're going to make a A220-400, if you can believe it.
1305, turn right heading up 215 and contact departure.
And I know who is probably going to be in line to place an order. Delta. So the reason I say that is because Delta has had a history of buying whatever big variant of whatever aircraft family it is. They usually like to buy the larger variants.
They make good decisions with their aircraft.
They do.
Sure. We've got the Amsterdam flight there.
So the 1280 maps contact via Alpha.
So here's 162 Heavy, former Red Tail, A330-300.
So that 2683 runway 17 taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short runway 1 to right.
This aircraft is 805 November Whiskey. Was delivered new to Northwest Airlines in October of 2003.
Tow via Charlie 5, Charlie, short of hotel for now. Denver 5527, runway 17.
21 and a half years old. Not quite 22 yet. It'll have its birthday coming up this fall.
Still legal, though. Legal at 21.
Yeah.
$14.35, flight on my heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Cleared land. Reach 524, cleared land, runway 12 right. Cleared land, 162 Heavy, ready to go? 162 Heavy, 1 arrival. And behind up 162 Heavy.
Super Tug 3, join Bravo, short of the tunnel. 2617, you'll give way to the tug and tow at Delta.
We've got a tug on the loose.
Country 490, Minneapolis Tower, caution for turbulence, heavy Airbus will hold in position. Wind 20010, gust 18, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Looks like 162 is going to hold short of the runway for one on final.
Close, close.
Ground up,
Yeah, look at that super tug.
push with whiskey.
Who calls for push with whiskey? That's all I want to hear first. At least somebody called for push with whiskey. Who was it? Thanks. Delta 1032. Minneapolis ground and meter. Push is approved. Runway 17. Who else called?
What are the controllers? Just ask who else called. If somebody would have just piped in and said your mom, that would have been one of the funniest ATC moments of the year.
Call your mother.
Probably be a good idea for the holiday.
Great.
2617, your gate again, please. Oh, okay.
Runway 12 right, line up and wait.
So right after this Sun Country lands, Alex has it perfectly framed there.
Right heading up
We're going to get our departure for
we'll see you.
Delta 162.
On 2683, Minneapolis traffic, conduct left turn there at Delta, traffic hold in position. Head Delta, cross there 12 right, straight on whiskey, cross runway 4.
Left turn on Delta, quick cross 12 right, and whiskey, quick cross lane 4.
And you can see 162 blowing up some
524, turn right,
dust
taxi
over
whiskey,
there
Delta
with
to the
his
gate, Monte Ground
jet
point
wash.
But at Delta, give way the 220 coming across the runway.
Yep. So there's the dust.
Minor 0.9 behind traffic, 524.
Pretty soon that'll be snow, Alex. That's always fun to see.
Oh, they're fantastic from here.
Yep.
The snowblower departures.
Taxi via
The
Papa
best.
cross runway 4.
Verify quick cross that runway 4.
2683, cross runway 4 on whiskey.
Cross 4 on whiskey, Delta 2683.
3674.
12 right, clear for takeoff. 05 heading on the go, clear for takeoff, 12 right.
Here we go, getting ready for another non-stop flight on Delta Airlines from MSP to Amsterdam.
6.7.
Delta Flight 162.
Delta 656 on the visual, 12 right.
5656, Minneapolis Tower, winds 20008, runway 12 right, clear to land.
1 right, clear to land, 656.
what you mean, Alex. How loud those are. I can definitely hear that. Even through the headsets.
After Dells, I got OBK, GSH to 4 wing. Nope, you're moving just fine on this one.
162 Heavy, contact departure. We'll see you.
Departure of the 162 Heavy, after 4.
Well, happy 4th to you as well, 162 Heavy. Have a terrific flight tonight.
Yep, they'll be landing over there in Amsterdam about 11:20 tomorrow morning.
I wonder what's on the menu for tonight.
Ground up to 2703 off Fox 9.
You mean up in Delta 1?
27
Oh, yeah.
17 taxi
Might have a menu or two
Charlie
later on.
5, Charlie, hold short runway 13.
If you're real curious, I can bring one.
17 via Charlie 5 Charlie.
Yeah,
hold short
sure.
runway 12 right, Delta 2703.
Have you personally cooked anything yourself from the airline menus that you've...
At home?
Yep, throughout the years that you've kind of collected and...
Sun Country 490, turn right, taxi Whiskey Delta.
Have had to
No,
make
not-
yourself as a flight attendant.
Not on purpose. Put it that way, not on purpose.
What was the best in-flight meal that you've had? Could be with Delta, Northwest.
Delta 332, Minneapolis Star, 1200 at enter, runway 12 right, for the land.
You know, they've got a great Thai chicken curry going on right now.
4233,
That's
still on
fantastic.
senior
That's
transponder,
really,
going
really
right
good.
back.
And it's the all-American meal, the
332
beef
after
shortcuts
ticket.
are always really good.
Which one are you using? Ground 219.
And don't forget the ice cream sundaes. They got ice cream
Yep.
sundaes up in Delta 1. That tops it off.
The 2703, monitor tower 126.7.
267, Delta 2703.
And here's Endeavor with the CRJ 900. This is going to Knoxville, Tennessee.
Tour 4934, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
Minneapolis Star, turn left hand of 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Ground up 1032 taxi.
How about some more Sun Country?
Yep.
Taxi via Alpha Charlie,
Always
hold
around
short
here in
runway
MSP,
13.
that's for sure.
Okay, runway 17 via Alpha Charlie, hold short
The
runway.
Tide Pod.
Mike, left on to Washington.
Ivory.
Whiskey is cool.
2703,
Coming in from Denver.
Minneapolis Star, Charlie, cross runway 12 right,
Sun
right on
Country
Whiskey,
Flight
cross runway 4.
656.
Cleared to cross 12 right, Whiskey, cleared to cross runway 4, Delta 2703.
Sun Country 656, turn right, taxi Whiskey Delta to the gate and monitor ground point enter.
Right, Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor ground point 9, Sun Country 656.
Sun Country is not a bad airline to fly on at all
140,
for a low-cost carrier.
No, they do a really nice job.
5527, turn left heading of 140.
They don't have a whole lot of airplanes either. You'd think they'd have a whole
7
fleet of
taxi
maybe
via
100. I
Yep.
think they only
Delta
have like
Bravo
30
Charlie,
or
hold
40
short
airplanes. Does
runway
that sound
12
right?
right, you'll join Charlie behind the
About that number, not exactly, but yeah, they don't have the largest fleet in the world by any means.
You see them all the time. It's crazy. They
Yep.
just keep them going.
Thanks.
All right, John. Salute time, X Northwest, A320 on the move.
There it is.
267,
Let's see where that's off to this evening. Brotherly Love City, Philadelphia.
527, that's correct.
Oh, look at that sky. Gorgeous.
It's gorgeous.
You're southwest.
Flight 382 coming in from Chicago Midway, 332.
It's with their shorter 737 700 variant.
Right. Delta used to have some of those.
That is very true. They're all retired now.
Yeah, they are.
1 2 right, turn on whiskey and cross my 4.
They cross 1 2 right and right on whiskey and cross on my 4 down 1032.
Republic Airlines and Northwest never had the 737. They never ordered that. And then when we merged, you know,
Alright, cross 1 2
the
right.
flight attendant said,
And cross 1 Delta
737. The only thing we knew about that was it
to the gate,
had a
respond
girt
ground
bar
point,
to arm the doors with, like a DC-9. We actually had to
332.
get down almost on your knees and put that girt bar into the floor fittings to get the door armed. Now, as opposed to the 757 and all the Airbuses where it's just a lever.
Speaking of the 757, we have one in sight.
656 Amps ground, which gate you going to?
Let's see what that is doing.
Alright.
That's off to Atlanta.
2703, runway 17, line up and wait.
I think Delta's one of the largest operators of the 757 still. They have, I think, about 100 of those aircraft still operating today.
Yeah, United still operates the type in addition to Delta among the mainline U.S. carriers. American Airlines had a pretty big fleet of 757s, but they are all gone.
Yep.
They are lost to history.
Yep.
Same with their A330s. American Airlines, they used to base many of their 330s out of Charlotte. Those were ex-U.S. Airways aircraft.
Mm-hmm. Another Sun Country on final.
Wait 1 second, still get your paperwork. 4934 Minneapolis Tower, Charlotte Team 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Alex, the wind has really died down now. That's very typical. As the sun sets, the wind seems to lighten up a little bit. It's down to 13 knots now,
to
which
whiskey, Delta to the gate, about a ground point gunner.
not very bad.
Not bad at all.
So 2703, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. .3730, contact departure.
I think our windsock will come on
Automatically?
any minute now. Yeah, there are lights inside that will illuminate, and our scanner is almost out of juice.
1392,
I heard
Minneapolis,
that.
gyrometer, hold the push just 1 moment. 1280, once you double back on Quebec, I want you to get as close as you can to that and push one off Charlie 6.
I hear that beep.
1280, copy that.
1280, go ahead.
Yeah, once you double back on Quebec, I want you to get as close as you can to the aircraft that's at your gate so I can push one out of Charlie 6.
1280, we'll do that.
Here we go. We got a closer view of MSP Tower. World's best air traffic controllers.
That's why 131, Mims got hold the push.
Ran into our good friend Joe Check on Wednesday.
Yeah, we sure did. Works right there.
2703.
That's right. Yeah, he arrived to the viewing area to do some spotting before his night shift. So I think he got on at 10.
4934, contact departure.
Okay, as predicted, Alex, there goes the light on the windsock, just like that, at about 8:54. That's a nice sight when it's lit up like that. Alex is going to go over and replace the batteries in our scanner. They last a pretty long time, but... Oh, I see our first fireworks out there, Alex. To the west.
Hold on, guys.
Our first fireworks sighting. It's really cool to see fireworks from an aircraft too. When you're flying in or flying out, you can certainly see them. They're out there about 10 o'clock. I just saw one. There'll be more. Someone just started early, I think. It's not like a grand finale yet or anything.
Oh, yeah.
I'll keep an eye on them. I did see them, though.
Yeah, there were a few cities that do their fireworks before July 4th on the 3rd. The city of Bloomington, where I grew up, they do their fireworks on the 3rd as well, and it's in the Normandale Lake Park area. They also have a humongous sort of like fair that they'll also have in addition to the fireworks that they call Summer Fete. Okay. There's a lot of food trucks, food vendors out there. Tot Boss is one of them.
Oh, yeah.
If you've ever had Tot Boss before?
State Fair, I sure have.
Yeah.
Tater tots. Tot
exactly.
Boss. Did they have that already? Do they have it this year out here in Bloomington?
They did.
They already had it. Okay. I'll have to go to that next year. Sounds like fun.
So everyone can get
food trucks are big
stuffed
here.
Before watching the big fireworks display. Bloomington, Minnesota has one of the better fireworks displays in the metro area. The city of Bloomington puts quite a bit into their fireworks displays. I mean, it can vary from year to year just as to the intensity of fireworks and how good they are. But there were some years where the firework displays in Bloomington were just amazing.
And
of course,
was last night.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Of course, you know, the big one is Minneapolis.
Yeah, on the river.
Yep. So a question for our live audience here tonight. Are we going to go see some fireworks?
Chime in.
Or have we already seen fireworks?
Let us know.
Central
It's getting dark.
Signal 17 Central 18
I
Central
think 10 o'clock is about the time they really, you know, when it's pitch black is when these cities really let them fly.
Oh, of course, because it's still daylight.
Basically.
Out at around 9 or 9:30, and it's approaching 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so yeah, they got to wait for the sun to go down just a little bit more.
Dark background in the sky.
All right,
absolutely.
clear 12 right turn onto Whiskey Delta 50.
Let's see if we got anything on the horizon here, Alex. Let me take a peek out there. I don't see a whole lot coming in at the moment. Let's see what this is. Oh, we might have a treat coming in here, Alex.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we might have a treat here. Delta 555, Anchorage to Minneapolis on the Delta Airlines 100 years library.
Right.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, there we go. Come on, guys.
That's coming. It's about 5 minutes out. Fantastic.
Well, that is wonderful.
Yeah, the A321neo. Painted in the Delta Airlines 100-year centennial anniversary of Delta Airlines being in business. There it is.
And we got the opportunity to see that on Wednesday, depart off runway 12 right for Anchorage.
Certainly did. We talked about that earlier. They had a little excitement before they left, but...
We got a 717. It's behind that utility building. Joining Taxiway Whiskey. This is actually outbound to Chicago O'Hare. This is Delta Flight 1563. This aircraft also has those eyebrow windows.
Runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
Some of the 717s do have the eyebrow windows and some don't. Oh, yep.
See the fireworks?
Yep,
right
there we
above
go.
the aircraft? There they are.
Dude,
look at that. There we go. It's happening already, folks.
How about that?
Those are good ones. You know, it'd be great, Alex. I think it's going to happen as this 100-year livery comes in with fireworks right over it. Wouldn't that be great? What a celebration.
How about that? Happy 4th. Happy birthday, America.
Happy birthday, Delta Airlines. 100 years.
Yeah. Turned 100 years old this year in 2025.
Yes, 4040 runway 17, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short, runway 1 to right, you'll join Papa behind Sierra after left one.
The 555 Minneapolis Tower, wind 19010, gust 18,
So if you're somewhere this evening and you don't get a chance to see fireworks tonight, just tune right here to MSP Airport Live and you will see fireworks.
I'm going to take our graphics off the screen here so we can just kind of get a clearer picture of the fireworks. Oh, did they stop?
I think they might have. I think they might have.
Delta 1563, wind 190 and enter gust 18.
Well, there were quite a few that were going up over there.
Yeah.
Runway 17 for takeoff.
There certainly were. Got a half moon tonight, too. It's a beautiful evening. I hear fireworks in the background somewhere.
Oh, wait. I think they started back up.
Yep, there they are.
There they go.
Enter gust 18, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Yep, the fireworks have started back up once again.
Nice. Just about 2 more minutes here and we will have this Delta Flight 555 coming in from Anchorage with the 100-year livery paint job on it.
So 2131, runway 1 to left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4, you'll join Papa behind, and Embraer 175.
Papa cross runway 4 to left, like that.
Delta 1392, monitor tower 126.7.
Delta 1392, Minneapolis Tower, Mike cross, runway 12 right, join Whiskey.
I think the fireworks show is over.
Delta 1563, contact departure, good day.
Vertec 3 pushes approved.
Very cool.
Tower, Delta 25,
There'll be more.
75 is on
Back to the
ILS
airplanes.
12 right.
Oh, yes.
Delta 2575, Minneapolis Tower, wind 190 and enter, gust 18, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Land 12 right, Delta 2575.
See if we can get a shot of that
Skyline
full moon.
3796, contact departure, good day.
Over to departure, Scout 3796, have a good morning.
You too, thanks.
Frito via Papa, Charlie,
There we go.
and Bravo.
Delta 2044, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left.
Nice.
Line up and wait.
So what do we think about that?
Looks beautiful. Cloud just moved over it. Looking good. Say cheese. I couldn't resist.
Delta 555, turn right, join Papa, contact ground, point enter.
Scouts 4040, monitor tower 126.7.
Hope you're enjoying that beautiful. It's like almost a half moon tonight. Should be full here in the next week or so.
Delta 2044, wind 190.13, gust 19er, fly heading 120, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Our flight from Anchorage, ladies and gentlemen, landed on the other side of the airport, so we couldn't quite get a good shot of it, unfortunately.
Is this your deal?
Yep. Alex.
555, maps contact via Papa.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, earlier today I saw some planes flying in formation, orbit, with smoking out back, just over from where towards that on the Nervous Unit.
It's probably a commemorative flyover. I know that, so where I live in Apple Valley, they actually had flyovers right over downtown, so I basically just...
Delta 1392, wind 190.11, gust 19er, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Oh, yeah!
Just taking a little break here, ladies and gentlemen. Some aviation fans have come up to say hi to Alex with their German
555, Joe, you going to
Shepherd.
Delta 2 now? I knew it.
In the meantime, we'll keep you abreast of what's happening here at MSP Airport Live while you take a beautiful shot of that moon. Coming in right now, it's out of view, but I can see
Delta
it.
2031, Minneapolis Tower, wind
Non-stop from
190.11, gust
Kalispell
19er,
to
turn left heading
Minneapolis, Delta Flight
100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
2575 on an Airbus 320.
Yeah, that was it.
Endeavor maintenance 222, Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right, and continue via Mike. Sierra November, hold short runway 17.
If only if you two paid me that amount.
Yeah, it was 4040 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey.
Pressure what's right on Mike, and right from the Whiskey, go with 4040.
Delta 2575, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er.
Left Alpha, point 9, Delta 2575.
I'd love to just sit and ask you all kinds of questions, but thank you.
So how come those planes...
Sun Country 298, Sun Country 289, Minneapolis meter, push approved. Runway, if you'd like, we can do 17 or 12 right, either way is up to you.
In the meantime, let's take a look at the chat room.
Alpha, parking Charlie 2.
Delta 2575, maps contact via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, and then say that last bit, Delta 2575.
Quebec for Delta 2575.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Thanks, RJ.
1392 heading 120, contact depart.
Super 3 after the Airbus join Alpha.
Delta 2131, contact departure, good night.
Okay, Alex is panning out from the moon and should get back to the live action here shortly.
Moon.
25 Minneapolis meter pushback and reposition via Delta control point 11.
You watch astral beings as well, or astral entities as well as...
Endeavor maintenance 222 at November, cross runway 17, continue via Lima.
Environment is really kind of what that's about.
November, cross 17, Lima to the ramp, Endeavor maintenance 222, have a night.
Yeah, well, if you're out here late enough, you know, you'll certainly get it illuminated.
Your moon on the left there, is that a live?
Here's our bright orange windsock.
I can see.
Winds are still gusting here. Well, it's down to 8 knots, they're saying now. Well, that's not too bad. It feels stronger than that.
Keep track of what that flight is and what airline that is, and the viewfinder next to it. So I don't have to like look down and look back up because I got to make sure everything's in frame. So having it next to next to here is like a huge lifesaver. Yep. It also helps me pay attention to see like because.
Yes, 3792, you've reached Minneapolis meter.
So if I'm covering stuff over here, right? If I get a taxi on Mike, I don't want to miss what's behind me.
Yeah.
Right. So this kind of alerts me to the presence of an arrival or whatnot. It's like, okay, I got to swing around and get this. So it's very this little magic arm here, I mean, it might be $15 on Amazon, but
Alex is explaining some of the more technical aspects of the show to a couple bystanders
some of the most
here.
expensive things in this whole kit are actually the most valuable in production, so it's ironic just with that in general. Right, our audio system, not as expensive as cameras or anything else, but certainly they play their role.
Do you know of anything cool coming in the next 10 minutes?
Well,
Do you look
Happy
at, like,
4th of July to you also, Ben. Thanks for the shout out.
so I don't even do jet tip. I actually set filters and alerts through flight radar, which I actually find more useful because the alerts that jet tip will send out usually is whenever.
Yeah, it's 40, wind 190 at 9er, gust 19er. Turn left heading 135, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just kind of recreated my own database for deliveries. Basically, you can set triggers like.
As we said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, since it is the 4th of July, there's been a lot of less
Sun Country
flights in here
289,
into
runway
Minneapolis,
12
St. Paul
right,
today.
taxi
We've had
Whiskey-
our share of
I'm sorry, Delta
airplanes
Whiskey
in and
cross
out,
runway
but
4.
not quite as much as it would be on a usual day like today.
You can also tell like the day before too. I usually just kind of check
Yeah.
On a typical Friday, it'd be a lot busier.
Stop out here every day during the day, and we were sitting here, and a helicopter came, a big black helicopter, very shiny, private. And I was surprised he just ran, like 10 feet off the runway, all the way down there, and then the signature. That was so cool to see that.
Is that how they're supposed to? No.
Yeah, so the smaller jets they can use like a very short amount of runway. It just depends. I've seen general aviation aircraft, they will hover, like they'll just be above the ground for a little bit and then they'll gently set it
Checking to
down,
see if
they'll
we've
come
got
down
anything
closer
else
to the
out
ground.
on the horizon
Because they were
coming
to touch
into
down in-
MSP
by the
for
time that they
arrival.
break, they're
Looks
off
like
about
Salt
here.
Lake City
That's more
from
time that they'll have to
Delta
take taxi from A to B,
2935
so their whole thing is, we'll pull down just hovering, like maybe about like
is on a
100 feet
short
less than that,
final.
runway, and then we'll wait until
They're out over Lake Minnetonka right now in
They'll
Wayzata,
gently set it down
the
and
western suburbs here at the Twin Cities.
Yeah.
so it's more efficient.
Sure.
So with that helicopter, it wasn't on the screen on my phone, like radar.
Delta 2935 is about 12 miles out for the visual, 12 right.
Cows 4040, contact departure, connect.
Private owners, they don't share their
If you just heard that, the air traffic control was just talking to that Salt Lake City 2935, 12 miles
1908,
out.
gust 15, runway 12 right, clear to land.
that is who I use.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 2935, copy the wind.
And just gave them the weather and the wind here and gave them the clearance to land.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go to that link where it will send you, and then it will lead you to that, because that is just like a raw like traffic.
Yeah, it's just like LOL it says here. ABSB LOL.
Yeah.
Right, we
That's
learned
it.
something today.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, great to meet you both.
Yeah, you
Happy Fourth.
too.
Doing a good job.
Thank
We
you,
enjoyed it.
Alex. Happy Fourth.
And your buddy there.
Yeah, John.
Thank you.
See you later. Yep.
Yeah.
Bye bye. John, thank you.
Have a great night.
Okay, our visitors are leaving.
298 Heavy Minneapolis.
Alex is back.
Runway 12 right, and this week
I told him he was
I'm back.
explaining the more technical aspects of the show to those
just got
folks.
bit by a June bug.
At least it wasn't Max.
Oh.
Sun Country 298, you can monitor the tower 126.7 the rest of the way, good night.
Where's the wind when you need it?
No kidding. Let's see here. Looks like Rome might be running a little late this evening, Alex.
Oh, well, that's okay. We're going to stake out and catch it here.
It's running about an hour behind schedule. It was scheduled at 8:15. Delta Flight 298 to Rome.
Well, it's true if they say there's no place like Rome.
That's my line. That's a good one.
Visual 12 right.
American 2806 Minneapolis Tower, wind 190.
That's a busy route this year for Delta Airlines with the Jubilee year over there. Every 25 years, they have the Jubilee year.
Yep. Also, hello, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex. That's John. Celebrating the 4th in style, doing some live plane spotting for you out here at the aircraft viewing area. And I'll tell you what, it's been a lot slower than I think what we're typically used to seeing, and that's just because the airlines, they try and reduce the schedule for holidays such as this, but it's still a great day to come out regardless of the reduction in schedule.
We saw a lot of good stuff tonight, for sure. Hear those fireworks back there somewhere?
Very faintly.
I hear them. We're going to hear a lot of those this evening.
Oh, I know where they are coming from. I think those might be Richfield, Minnesota's fireworks.
Okay.
Richfield is
right next door to Bloomington.
Yep, south suburb of Minneapolis. Neighboring city to Bloomington in the South Metro.
It actually butts up to the airport right here.
Yep, a part of Bloomington does as well.
We haven't seen an American Airlines coming in here for a while. We've got an American Airlines 737-800 arriving now from Dallas-Fort Worth. Actually, I take that back. That's a Delta flight coming in. The other American's right behind them. My bad. That's Delta flight 2935 from Salt Lake City. The American jet's right behind it.
Oh, we got fireworks off in the distance here.
Delta 2935.
Somewhere over
turn
here.
Left, join Alpha to the gate and monitor ground point 9er. Just confirming going to Gulf 14.
Gulf 14, left turn, Alpha 5 Alpha, and monitor ground. Have a great night, Delta 2935.
Sun Country 289, wind 190 at 9er, turn left heading 100, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 100, 12 right, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 289.
All right, we're going to get a 12 right departure for Sun Country.
Delta 2159, Minneapolis Tower, wind 190 at 9er, runway 12 right, clear to land.
To land, runway 12 right, off
There it goes off to Seattle this evening. That orange livery really stands out, doesn't it, when they turn on those takeoff lights?
Yes, it does.
Bright orange.
5049, Minneapolis,
That's nice.
This is X-ray, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
Here comes that American Airlines in that I talked about earlier from Dallas-Fort Worth, flight 2806. Okay. He landed twice, I believe, on that one.
Sun Country 289, contact departure, good night.
Yep, going ahead for
Minneapolis meter, tell via Alpha to Foxtrot Golf. American 2806, turn left, join Alpha. The Heavy should be moving shortly. Contact ground point 9er.
Alright, left turn, ground point 9, American 2969.
There's 298 Heavy that is outbound to Rome, Italy. It's behind schedule.
2806 on Alpha going to Echo 12.
American
Certainly is, about 1 hour behind schedule
via
today.
Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta, gate American 20.
American 2806, we're going to let that Heavy move, then we'll know for sure there's room.
UFO 98, Delta 298 Heavy, runway 12 right, taxi Alpha, cross runway 4.
Getting a 1-2 right.
That we are. Also going to do a spotter guide on the A330-300. That'll be taking folks to Italy tonight. So these aircrafts are the backbone of Delta's long-haul services overseas to Europe. And these aircraft are a common sight here out of MSP Airport, and the majority of the Delta fleet with these Airbus A330s are of Northwest Airlines lineage. Northwest Airlines in the 80s and 90s were putting together an order with Airbus. Then at that time, they had just started taking delivery of the A320 family of aircraft. But they had the wide-body option as well that they wanted to go with. And Airbus proposed a deal that Northwest just simply couldn't refuse. But also Northwest felt like these aircraft were going to work very well with their long-haul strategy. And I can say that that has prominently aged well. I mean, you look at the aircraft that fly for Delta today, Delta's still clinging on to them. And they are impressive machines. They are impressive machines. They're super loud on takeoff. And it's something that we enjoy seeing here every single time that we're out spotting here at MSP Airport. And these wide-body aircraft, they were not particularly wanted by Delta. But, you know, after a little while, Delta started using them, and they kind of figured out, well, hey, you know, I can totally see why Northwest opted to go with this particular aircraft.
Right.
And Delta's fleet strategy went in a different direction, and one that has ultimately benefited them.
Totally much so. Very much so. You know, Alex, when you mentioned the Airbus A320 earlier in what you were just describing, I believe, if memory serves, that the A320 was the Northwest was the launch customer in the United States for sure for the A320, maybe North America. Do you recall that?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Northwest Airlines was one of the first American carriers, of course, to fly the A320 family of aircraft with a base A320 model. And then the A330s, just like the one that's coming into frame right now, right by Minneapolis Tower. Then they started showing up in the 2000s, and they've been super reliable. They're great to fly.
That's my favorite Airbus right there, the 330-300.
Oh, the fireworks in the background. Yes!
Number 5489, Tower, up. Delta 298 Heavy, Minneapolis, Tower, up.
Are you there? Hello?
Hello?
Knock, knock.
Affirmative. Delta 298 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, short delay for traffic. Off the left, you'll be in sequence with.
12 right, line up and wait, Delta 298 Heavy.
Endeavor 5489, Tower, you ready? Endeavor 5489, wind 180 at 9er, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
It's a beautiful night to fly, isn't it, Alex? No weather, light winds.
Certainly is. The only thing that would be the negative is that we are getting
Sun Country
swarmed by June
Minneapolis,
bugs.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna
wind
mention it. I'm
180
trying to
at
ignore
9er, runway 12 right, clear to land, caution turbulence.
This is the worst we've had
for
yet.
a heavy Airbus 330 holding in position.
There's that bright nose wheel light. Look how bright that is.
All right, here we go, folks. This is our grand finale tonight. Our final boarding call of the night will be to catch this A330 off to Rome. Now, there's somebody on final approach, but they are a long ways out, so 298 Heavy can kind of take its time here getting set before departure. And that they will certainly take that opportunity to take their time just a bit.
I thought I heard the tower tell them to line up and hold short for a second. They do have time, though. He is way out
Delta
there.
298 Heavy, wind 190 at 9er, turn left heading 100, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
There they go.
Left turn, heading 100, 12 right, cleared for takeoff. Delta 298 Heavy.
Number 5489, contact.
And the departure out of Minneapolis is going to be spectacular for those with a window view because they're going to have an aerial perspective of the fireworks displays that are now starting up.
Here we go, Alex.
Here we go indeed.
Do I dare say it, Alex? Arrivederci? Thanks for laughing.
1442, Minneapolis ground, meter push.
I was going to say yes, why not?
I think that's appropriate for that flight. Beautiful sight off into the night sky here at MSP.
Delta 298 Heavy, contact departure. Good night.
Over departure, good night, Delta 298 Heavy.
There's those fireworks. They're getting bigger.
They certainly are. Also want to bring this up here. KJ Snyder, thank you so much for the $10 super chats. Thanks for doing these live streams, so you bet. Very entertaining for us nerds.
298 Heavy,
Happy birthday, America.
25,
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you again.
75, Delta 298.
Just confirm 12575.
2575, thanks.
I think our fireworks may have stopped for a second.
Those maintenance Minneapolis meter pushback reposition as requested.
All right, we'll get one more arrival and then we're going to call it a night.
Sounds good.
Look at those skies off and to our west.
What an appropriate arrival this is, Alex. That's perfect. That's the Sun Country nonstop from Anchorage. Sun Country Flight 472 with the University of Minnesota livery on it. Beautiful.
Skyuma for the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
That's right. Proud sponsor of the Minnesota Golden Gopher Athletics. I love that paint job. That's great.
I was going to say, if we just ended on Rome, we wouldn't have
Sun Country 472.
caught Gopher Pod coming in.
Contact ground point niner.
Front right, join with
Perfect.
contact ground point 9.
Good way to end the night, Alex.
Oh, it is.
The heavyweight airline left and the hometown airline came in. That's perfect.
That's ground, Secretary 472 on Whiskey for Hotel 2 Bravo.
Sun Country 472, ma'am.
KJ Snyder.
Whiskey.
Thank you so
Charlie,
much
Charlie 1.
for your
Whiskey,
MSP
Charlie,
Airport Live
Charlie
membership.
1.
Welcome to main cabin. Have fun with those emotes and everything. Love to see it. North Midwest Buzzsaw says, Happy 4th, you guys. Thanks for doing the stream today. Well, you bet. Absolutely. And to end the stream with the Gopher Pod, hashtag winning. Yes.
Perfect.
I would agree with that statement.
Absolutely.
That was a big win. And there's nobody else on final approach, so I think it's a good time to sign off here. But before we do, I would invite you to kind of stick around here. There's some information on some really cool stuff you can get in on with our sponsors, Jet Set Shirts and DG Pilot. We'll start with Jet Set Shirts. I got to tell you, folks, they got a fantastic star-studded lineup of travel and aviation enthusiast-inspired apparel. Show your passion for travel and being an aviation enthusiast with this MDDC t-shirt, a lot of other fun designs. Go check out Jet Set's shirts online at jetsetsshirts.com
1442, runway 17, taxi.
and wear it. It's a Jet Set life. And also, you could save a little bit, too. DG Pilot, hear that they got some specials going around that you might want to take advantage of. They're the purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. They've got all sorts of goodies. If you love aviation, if you love travel, they've got all the latest aircraft models from all the major manufacturers at really good prices. And they also inspect each and every one of them, so they don't just get it in and ship it out to you. So you're going to be getting a good product from DG Pilot. So fantastic service, excellent selection on those if you're a model collector like I am. If you're not, hey, they got a lot of other fun stuff too you should check out. Minnesota-made local goods, they got a ton of that on their website and even in store if you check them out in downtown St. Paul, as well as travel gear and travel guides for your next trip.
Fantastic.
I think they even sell stroopwafels in there.
For real. From Amsterdam.
Yep.
Love it.
Yep, coffee as well too. Yeah, they
Very
DG
nice.
Pilot. Yeah, they got all your bases covered when it
out.
comes to
downtown St. Paul.
Yeah,
I'll have to
aviation
check it out.
collectibles and travel.
I'm close to there. Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out. That
Yeah.
sounds great. I know I'll find something to buy in there.
Cool. Yeah, we'll go check them out online. Links are in the description for both DG Pilot and Jet Set Shirts. So yeah, check out DG Pilot at dgpilot.com. Final thoughts as we wrap this one up here tonight from Minneapolis St. Paul International as the fireworks are starting to go up all around us. And there with downtown Minneapolis off in the distance. I think today was a pretty good show.
Yeah, I think it was too.
Yeah, despite Air France canceling, and of course those are because of factors well outside of our control. And even outside of the airline's control too, but it's certainly an interesting time.
And we weathered the weather.
That's right.
Yeah. It was hot and windy. We were kind of moaning and groaning about it earlier, but the love of plane spotting and airplanes and aviation kept us here, I think, Alex.
Well, the MVP of today's broadcast goes to the wind. Because if it was not for the steady, strong breeze that we had experienced today, we would just be roasting like the rotisserie chickens in the ovens at Costco.
Good analogy.
I'm hungry for chicken and I haven't had dinner yet, so I apologize for that. If I made anyone else hungry.
Took 3, wait for the 717 to come out.
Yeah, special moment of the night for me. I think when you look at the aircraft side of things, that grand slam touchdown from the 350-900 in charge of 1303 Heavy has to be the highlight of the night.
I'd agree with that. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of smoke came off those tires. Up and down. Down and up. Yep. I'd agree with that.
Yeah, that was
and the fireworks were fantastic tonight, too, because we're not going to see that every broadcast for sure. 4th of July, special evening, special edition of MSP Live on July 4th.
Mm-hmm. All right, and well, that'll just about do it for our live broadcast here tonight from MSP International Airport. We'll be live on Sunday right back at it with more live plane spotting right here at the viewing area. Should be a lot of fun. Sundays are very busy. A lot of cargo comes in on Sundays as well. So we'll have a full lineup in store for you. We'll have to see if Air France is going to be able to make it on Sunday, but if not, we'll have plenty of great wide-body aircraft, all the big jets. We'll have plenty of great stuff to catch. Looking forward to setting up a broadcast on Sunday.
And
for John Joseph, RJ Bean helping out in the chat about Redding, saying good night and happy 4th of July from MSP International Airport. We'll see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
That's 4291 Minneapolis, runway 12 left, ITB at Papa Cross, runway 4.